Amid strained ties, Maldives Foreign Minister lands in India. He's in New Delhi. Will be meeting with Foreign Minister Jal Shakti. India-Maldives ties. What's at stake is the question. Won't provide weapons to Israel if it invades Rafah is what Joe Biden has to say. Arms delay shifts the US-Israel dynamic. This is in the run-up to the elections in the US. Table tennis player Manika Batra creates history. First ever Indian female paddler to win Asian Cup medal. And another IPL controversy, KL Rahul's public humiliation by LSG owner. Well, the corporate captain versus team captain on camera showdown after LSG's defeat against SRH. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. Let's get to your top story, and that's day 2 of disruption. 76 flights of Air India Express have been impacted since early this morning. Do remember 90 flights were delayed from a Tuesday night till a Wednesday. The Labour Commissioner has slammed the Tatas, calling the airlines mismanaged. The Labour Commissioner has also said that the employee grievances are genuine. All feedback channels are open for employees is how Air India Express is responding to the disruption of flights that has been caused due to last minute of the cabin crew members calling in sick. This is the Air India Express union letter to Tata chairman. Grievances on job security as well as salary maintenance. The Air India Express is saying that they're working to minimize inconvenience. It's day 2 of the disruptions, nearly a week before the dispute between a section of Air India Express employees and the management boiled over, leading to the cancellation of over 90 flights on Tuesday night. The Regional Labour Commissioner had written to the airlines and in no certain terms had gone on to say, had told them the grievances were genuine and that the HR department had made an attempt to mislead the conciliation officer. Now, 100 senior cabin crew members, we're talking about 300 of them of Air India Express, reportedly called in sick at the last minute. They switched off their mobile phones, leading to several flights that have been delayed. When we talk about 90 flights between Tuesday and Wednesday and another 75 early this morning. Now, they have written to the management as far as the Labour. We're talking about the Express Employees Union has also written to the management and highlighted a stark departure from commitments. The Tata Group had taken over the government-run airlines in January of 2022. The Labour Commissioner has gone on to say that it's the mismanagement of the airlines and blatant violation of labour laws that were apparent, while saying that the employee grievances are genuine.
Nearly 90 flights cancelled all of a sudden by Air India Express, a key part of the Tata Group of airlines, which also includes Air India Vistara and Air Asia India. Senior cabin crew from all stations of the airline called in sick since last night, didn't turn up for work. Many switched off their phones.
Actually, I'm supposed to fly today at 8:30 to Muscat. I came here at 5 o'clock in the morning. Then I came to know it was cancelled.
With the crisis in the airline snowballing, talks are being held with the Chief Labour Commissioner, and the Ministry of Civil Aviation has told the airline to resolve the crisis as soon as possible, keeping passenger interests as top priority. NDTV has accessed hundreds of letters from cabin crew to the airline's management and a letter sent to the chairman of the Tata Group from the union representing them. The letter says there's growing unrest and dissatisfaction among employees. Several employees with impeccable records have been terminated. Air India Express employees have been offered lower job positions and essential allowances have been removed entirely. Management sources in the airline whom we've spoken to say they don't recognize the union and point out that employees need to accept the terms of a new contract post the acquisition of the airline with the Tata Group. Employees need to be accountable and are assessed for their performance. The airline is entirely transparent in conversations with workers. The big worry now, if talks between the Chief Labour Commissioner, the airline and union workers doesn't make any progress, the situation could snowball with successive flight cancellations over days. Thousands will continue to be impacted. For the Tatas, recent protests by pilots at Vistara and now this are signs that their massive foray into civil aviation comes with a series of challenges. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us to get us more on this. We also have Harsha joining us from Jaipur. Harsha, over to you first. Take us through the kind of impact that this has had as far as takeoffs and landings are concerned. Early this morning, we're hearing many flights have been impacted.
Well, yes, definitely at Jaipur airport also this morning one flight has definitely been cancelled, but otherwise there was prior warning about the other flights. These people are all going in now to catch the flight. The flight to Hyderabad is operating, but you know, you can see if you just look there, and I tell my cameraman to just pan, you can see the Vistara and the Air India ticket counter. There's nobody sitting there. And if you were just to zoom in to that connect private sort of sign there, it says that, you know, some of these flights have been cancelled due to operational reasons. So here, you know, there are not very many, you know, sort of people waiting. It's the early morning flights have all taken off. And the, you know, the others, that one flight which is going to Hyderabad is operational, but of course, a lot of flights. In fact, it's flights is the two-tier cities. It's not so much the main cities, but the two-tier cities actually really do depend on this. So there are flights to Hyderabad, there are flights to Lucknow, there is a flight to Bagdogra, there are also flights to Ayodhya from Jaipur airport, and all these are being impacted or being impacted in the due course. So for example, at night when I spoke to airport authorities, they said as of now, the flights are operational, but suddenly in the morning, without too much advance warning, the flight gets delayed or gets cancelled, and that's causing a lot of inconvenience to passengers. I have some people here with me. आप कौन सा फ्लाइट से जा रहे हैं? इंडिगो. आप लोग इंडिगो से जा रहे हैं जी. कोई एयर इंडिया के पैसेंजर है क्या यहाँ पे? मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा. आज नहीं दिख रहे. हाँ, ठीक है. So that's what I'm saying, that not too many Air India passengers around as yet. We haven't met them, but you know, definitely the airport here today in Jaipur, the Jaipur airport at 8 o'clock in the morning, wearing a very deserted look.
Right, Harsha, what's very surprising is that none of the staff members of the Air India Express or even Vistara are there at the airport in Jaipur. Well, let's just get you also a sense of what's really happening.
Absolutely.
You know, yes. I mean, considering that, you know, they perhaps would be passengers who have reached the airport without really knowing whether the flight's taking off or not. And like you mentioned, there could be last-minute delays or cancellations as well. Yes. Let's just also get a sense of what's really happening in Chennai. We have Sam joining us from there. Sam, take us through the inconveniences, if there are any that are caused to the passengers, and are they really being told in adequate amount of time as to what's really going on?
Well, mixed response coming from Tamil Nadu, Divya. I come to you from the Chennai airport, where at least two flights of Air India Express have been cancelled. Chennai, Singapore and Chennai, Kolkata. These two have been cancelled. And from Trichy airport, the Trichy-Singapore flight has also been cancelled. While passengers have a good choice to fly taking other airlines in Chennai, in Trichy, particularly for international passengers, the choice is very limited and the impact, many say, could be severe there. But in Chennai, at least, we could not find any passengers who say they've been, their travel plans have gone out of track. People at the counter here say sufficient information was given in advance so that passengers could either cancel their bookings or they could make alternate arrangements themselves. So that's the situation in Chennai. But in terms of the developments within the organization, the members here are not able to divulge much, but probably in course of time we'll have more clarity in terms of the impact in smaller cities like Trichy and Madurai, for instance, where there are international flights.
Right, international flights, a lot of flights to the Middle East especially getting impacted when we talk about, you know, Chennai and areas in Tamil Nadu. Let's just also get you a sense of what's really happening in Lucknow, and we have Tanish joining us from the airport there. Tanish, what is the situation like, and what about the flights as far as the Air India Express is concerned?
Well, you know, of the Air India Express, 3 flights, around 6 flights operate from Lucknow. With, you know, Bangalore flight, as we, you know, we just came from the terminal from Bangalore. The Bangalore flight has been delayed by a couple of hours. I also met a passenger, you know, with his family. He said that he knows that there has been some issue going on, and for the flight has been delayed now. But Talking about other flights, we will get more clarity as on how big the impact is. What we are hearing right now is that the Hyderabad flight is also cancelled, but the clarity seems to, will be coming in some times. But of course, it has been impacted as we went there. Of course, there was a deserted look on the Lucknow airport as well. But yes, clarity will come as the time passes on.
Right, thank you so much, Tanishka, Harsha and Sam for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking the story through the course of the day and getting you the very latest as far as the Air India Express delays and cancellations are concerned. Switching tracks now, in the firing case outside actor Salman Khan's house in Bandra, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the Punjab government to conduct a second post-mortem examination of the accused who died in the police custody in Mumbai. The directions have come after the accused's mother. She has requested to initiate and conduct a fresh post-mortem examination of her son, Anuj Kumar. The earlier post-mortem was conducted at Mumbai in the control of the same police in whose custody Anuj had died. Anuj was arrested on the 23rd of April by the Maharashtra police, while two men arrested from Gujarat for allegedly opening fire outside the actor's residence were not aware of the target until weapons and bullets were delivered to them at their rented house in Panvel. Now, the Mumbai crime branch has arrested a member of the Lawrence Serviceroy gang from Rajasthan for allegedly providing financial help to the shooters involved in the firing outside Bollywood superstar Salman Khan's house.
As Anuj Thapan, who has died in police interrogation, there was a strong suspicion to the family of Anuj. The mother has approached the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court, who has filed one writ petition in which the Honorable Court has made an order to re-post-mortem of the body, which is lying in Fazilka. The direction is to the medical superintendent, Faridkot GGS Medical College, and within 2 days we will move a body of Anuj Thapan to GGS Medical College, and GGS Medical College will re-examine the post-mortem and will give us a report.
We also have my colleague Gurpreet joining us to get us more on this. Gurpreet, on the request of the mother of the deceased, a second post-mortem has now been ordered by the High Court.
Well, yes, of course. If we can go to the writ petition which has been filed by the accused mother in Punjab and Haryana High Court, a lot of questions are being raised over the death of Anuj Thapan in the custody, in the police custody. They are raising a lot of questions, and that is one of the main reasons why they had approached the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and they had also requested the Honorable Court to reconduct the post-mortem so that they will be able to find out what is the exact cause of his death. Because since we have seen this news has come to fore about his death, after that the family members, they were also saying it seems that it could be deep-rooted conspiracy against the accused, and it could be possible a murder case, and why the police is giving the color to a suicide case. So all these points they have put before the Honorable Court, and finally the court had given permission to conduct the post-mortem once again for the satisfaction of accused mother, because she is the one of the petitioner in this case, and she has approached the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court. So the body will be taken to in a hospital in Faridkot, where this post-mortem will be conducted, and after that let's see that what will come out of the post-mortem, because the suspicion which they have been raised in the petition also, whether they are going to get any evidence on the record or not, that is yet to be seen. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, we will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
The
2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival. Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. A third terrorist has now been killed, and according to the police, the top militant commander that was killed has now in fact resulted in a third terrorist who was involved in 18 cases has now also been killed in that encounter. So we're talking about an encounter that's taken place. So one more terrorist has been killed in a gunfight with security forces in the Redwani area of South Kashmir's Kulgam district, taking the toll to 3. He was involved in more than 18 cases of killing of police personnel and civilians, is what the Inspector General of Police of Kashmir had to say. This comes after a top commander of Lashkar-e-Taiba offshoot TRF, Basit Dar, was killed in an encounter by the security forces on Tuesday. So taking the entire toll up to 3 now. We have this is after that fresh exchange of fire that resumed at the encounter site in South Kashmir's Kulgam district. We have Nazir joining us on the phone line. Nazir, what details do you have of this third terrorist who has been killed?
Well, yesterday evening, firing resumed in a place called Redwani, which is in Kulgam. It was part of the ongoing operation, which was launched by the security force on Tuesday. So, one more militant was killed, who is identified as Momin Gulzar, who was operating for last around 3 years. This was a group of TRF, which is a front for the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and according to police, it is a major achievement for them in its fight against militancy, because this group was involved in multiple incidents of attacks and innocent killings as well. So since the number of local militants have drastically gone down and there is no fresh recruitment, if there are one or two, largely that has been contained, and the containing the local recruitment into militancy is the bigger achievement than killing militancy, because when people do join militancy, it is killing militancy, not just a militant. So, but nevertheless, this is an operation which was launched by army, police and other security agencies jointly in Redvani. That was ended yesterday evening with the killing of third militant, Moosa Zameer, and according to police, he and other groups they were involved in multiple incidents of terror in this region. So this group has also been eliminated, as police has saying that militancy is in its last flag in Kashmir Valley, particularly when it comes to the local militancy. But the challenge remains in the Pir Panjal region, where we have recently seen a major attack on Indian Air Force convoy.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. Breaking news coming in as far as the Air India Express row is concerned. Now 25 cabin crew members have been sacked, and the Air India Express has terminated the protesting employees. Do remember several cabin crew members had called in sick last minute. They switched off their phones and hadn't reported in for work. Now this is day 2 of disruptions that have been caused. 76 flights have been impacted since early this morning. 90 flights were disrupted from Tuesday night. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Vishnu joining us. We'll get Vishnu on the phone line, but this is after the Air India Express management has been holding a town hall with the cabin crew members, and that is expected today. The number of job terminations is likely to increase beyond that number of 25. So the kind of issues that Air India Express has had so far, what we are hearing is that the grievances of the staff is what is being said is genuine as far as their grievances are concerned, is how the Labour Commissioner has slammed the Tata Airlines, calling it mismanaged, calling the employee grievances genuine. We have Ishika joining us on the to get us more on this. Ishika, now Air India Express management there, holding the personnel responsible for not showing up for work, and that's resulted in the termination of 25 employees, even though the Labour Commissioner has slammed the Tata, saying that the airlines is mismanaged and the grievances of the employees is genuine.
Well, yes, certainly, now this is certainly a very big development that has come in this case. Now, Air India Express sending termination letters to some of those, in fact, crew members who had taken this sick leave. In fact, in the termination letter, it is, in fact, written that your act of reporting sick from work amounts to a concerted action with common understanding to not operate the flight and to disrupt services of the company. This is not only in the violation of the applicable laws, but also violates the Air India Express Limited Employees Services rules and are applicable to. Now the Air India Express taking action, sending termination letters to some of those crew members who were in fact in the protest of this. Now remember that yesterday only the Air India Express MD, in fact in his letter to all the employees, had in fact assured that the top leadership is there for any discussion. He had also mentioned the town hall meeting that had to take place today. And also, as you rightly said, that the Labour Commissioner of the New Delhi had also written to the chairman saying that a high-level committee needs to be formed to look into the grievances of these employees because they are genuine and there is a blatant mismanagement on the side, on the side of the Air India Express management. So even after this, we are now seeing this action by the Air India Express over the employees who took these sick leaves. Over to you.
Ishika, just take us through the kind of flights that have been impacted. It's day 2 of disruptions, and if they're taking such drastic measures, this is going to result in more disruptions and more delays and cancellations.
Well, yes, certainly, with this action now being taken and no solution that we are seeing at this moment now, so it is ultimately the passengers who also continue to suffer. If we talk about today, well then today as well, over 70 Air India Express flights across the country, both domestic and international, have been affected because of this. Yesterday, if we talk about yesterday, the figure was over 90 flights. So today also, the trouble for the common person, for the passenger, that continues. So we'll have to wait and watch, that in the town hall meeting today, that is to take place of the Air India Express, can any, common ground be reached, with the management and the employee union? Certainly that will be, something that we'll have to wait and watch for, because it is ultimately the passengers who continue to suffer, even in, day two, where 70 plus flights continue to be impacted. Over to you.
So what we were really hearing is that Air India Express has said that all channels are open for the employees, and yet such drastic steps are being taken within, between Tuesday night and today. We're hearing that, the steps that the airlines is taking, given the fact that the problems seem to be genuine, there seems to be inequality when it comes to the treatment. They've been given a lower, jobs as opposed to what they were expecting earlier. So problems really brewing as far as the Air India Airlines is concerned. This is the Tata merger that took place in January of 2022. How is this problem going to get resolved, considering the fact that Air India Express has now gone on to say that they'll operate on that curtailed schedule till the 13th of May?
Well, yes, certainly, we did see how, in fact, in their letter to the chairperson, they had, in fact, written, that how they were being treated unequally, and also, despite clearing the interviews, they were being offered a lower job position, and not just that, even their key part of their compensation was removed. So these were the grievances that the Air India Express employees had raised with the chairman of the Air India Limited. But, this letter was sent on 26th of April, and till now the crew members, they say that no action has been done in that regard. They have not listened to the voices of the employees. And in fact, even yesterday, when the MD had written that the leadership is available for any discussion, and also had said that today a town hall meeting will take place, even on that, the employees, in fact, had said that town hall meetings seem more like a one-way communication. So certainly, the employees, they continue to say that the company, the management, they are yet not listening to the voices of the employees. And now, after this big action by the Air India Express, where they have sent termination letters to these employees, so certainly after that also, what we'll have to wait and watch as to how the employees are going to put their part in front of the management, and what will be the action, now that the management will take in this town hall meeting. Because yesterday also, in fact, the MD has said that a curtailed schedule has been rolled out for the next few days, and in fact, colleagues from the other across the company and the group have pitched to support. So, in the meantime, MD also saying that, a very curtailed, schedule has also been rolled out so that the inconvenience can be decreased. But certainly, as we mentioned, that even on the day two, over 70 plus flights still being affected. So the passengers, are still being affected because of this. And we'll have to wait and watch as to when will any solution come out of this crisis. Over to you.
Right. This after the Labour Commissioner has slammed Tata's, saying that this is a blatant violation of labour laws. And, after, these strong words that are being used, yet the airlines has gone on to take such a drastic action. And that figure of 25 is expected to go up, Ishika.
Well, yes, certainly, what we are getting to know from our sources from both the ends is that the employees currently, especially, after the letter that the MD had written to them, they still had a slight of hope. But after Air India Express, right after that, sending termination letters to, to some of these employees, that certainly has now, in fact, made them very upset. And they are currently, they certainly do not have any belief, is what we are getting to know, in the management's role now. Because what they say is that even after giving them assurances, the Air India Express now has gone forward with giving them termination letters. So, certainly we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens today. But, it is the passengers on the ground who continue to suffer because of this. And, the management role now will be very important, especially in this town hall meeting, because as you rightly said, even the Labour Commissioner going on to say that there has been mismanagement on the end of the Air India Express, and the concerns of the employees, they are genuine. Even after that, this action has been taken. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for joining us. Breaking news coming in of 25 cabin crew members of the Air India Express that have been sacked by the airlines and terminating those protesting employees. Do remember, several cabin crew members are reported in sick and did not show up for work. They've switched off their mobile phones. They've had genuine grievances, according to the Labour Commissioner. We will keep tracking this story and getting you the very latest as far as delays and cancellations of the Air India Express flights are concerned. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
36 lakh farmer families affiliated with Amul across 18,600 villages of Gujarat have pledged to vote with their families during these elections. I would also urge you to take this pledge and vote as a part of the democratic process of our country.
Brought to you.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India. We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
First gadget that we have for this week's episode is this. The all-new Xiaomi 14 Ultra. I mean, ये जो phone है, this is a flagship device from Xiaomi. Packs a lot. मतलब, if you talk about the in-hand feel, the device is really premium. The camera is made in collaboration with Leica. I mean, जो lenses हैं वो Leica ने बना के दिए हैं, and the entire hardware is really fantastic. The phone feels like a flagship phone. काफी interesting features हैं, things like the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor. We have a nice Quad HD Plus display, 5000 mAh battery, and I mean everything packed in this nice looking package. Let's have a closer look कि आखिर क्या features हैं all together इस Xiaomi 14 Ultra में, and then I'm gonna tell you what do I think. मतलब इस फोन के बारे में मेरे क्या थॉट्स हैं, so that you can make an informed decision of buying or not buying this phone.
Forget ordinary. The Xiaomi 14 Ultra has arrived to redefine smartphone power. Its massive 6.73-inch display doesn't just boast eye-popping resolution, ये blaze through करता है with a 120Hz refresh rate, making every swipe and scroll buttery smooth. And for those clumsy moments, rest assured the display's toughened protection can handle the occasional bump or drop. Under the hood, the Ultra pack करता है 16GB of RAM, जो कई लैपटॉप्स के मुकाबले ज़्यादा है. और जब इसको बूस्ट की ज़रूरत हो, इसका 90W fast charging and wireless charging have your back, ready to get you back in the game in record time. Cameras की बात करें तो prepared to be amazed. The Xiaomi 14 Ultra wields a quad camera setup that's like having a professional photography studio in your pocket. 450 megapixel cameras, each with unique strengths, deliver stunning shots in any lighting condition, from vibrant landscapes to dramatic portraits. और selfie lovers के लिए, the 32 megapixel front camera ensures you look your best every time. Durable, you may ask. You bet. With an IP68 dust and water resistance rating, this phone's ready for your next adventure.
So friends, there you have it. आपने देख लिया है all together. Now you have the entire information about this Xiaomi's latest 14 Ultra on sale right now, retailing at rupees 99,999 rupees. और जो variant है, ये है 16GB RAM और 512GB storage के साथ में. Now I'm going to give you my honest take about this phone. So guys, the fact is कि phone का जो hardware है वो बहुत अच्छा है, without a doubt. I mean, it is a flagship phone. There are two concerns. Number one is the software. I mean, Xiaomi calls कि इसमें हमको नया HyperOS मिल रहा है and blah blah blah. But in reality, this exactly feels like a typical MIUI. And the fact is that the animations or the way the icons are or the way you get, all the features in terms of software, phone does not kind of provide you a great premium feel. यहाँ पे phone feels like a cheap phone. जो आपको एक 15,000 के phone में experience मिलता है, kind of a similar experience in this 1 lakh rupees phone. That's point number one. Point number two is this thing right here. I mean, the brand image of Xiaomi, especially in India, is pretty low in the market. I mean, आपको पता है, we have phones from Samsung, we have phones from Apple, we have phones from OnePlus and Google. I mean, these are the brands जहाँ पे people are paying that price to get their phones. OnePlus again इतने time बाद has reached the mark of around 60,000-70,000 rupees. Beyond that, अगर हम बात करते हैं, Samsung and Apple clearly dominate the market. Now, while we have options from Samsung and Apple, why would someone want to get a phone from Xiaomi at that price? That's point number two. इन दो चीज़ों को अगर हम साइड करते हैं, the phone is really amazing, the cameras are really promising, the entire experience of the hardware is really solid. But what lacks is a good software and the positioning of Xiaomi in the Indian market. तो Xiaomi को लगता है थोड़ा सा और मेहनत करने का अभी requirement है और उसके बाद हम देखेंगे शायद in future people putting in their lakh rupees for this.
Hello and welcome to Lights Camera Sixer. Last night saw an exceptional match in which Hyderabad beat Lucknow by 10 wickets. The Hyderabad Hurricane, in the form of Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, struck Lucknow. In the end, that 10-wicket mauling brought out the ugly side of franchise cricket. Look at these pictures. These happened after the match. The franchise owner, Sanjeev Goenka, having an animated conversation with KL Rahul shortly after the presentation. Lucknow is the most expensive franchise in IPL, which was bought for over 7,000 crore rupees by Sanjeev Goenka in 2021. They're yet to win a title, though for 2 successive years they have reached the knockouts of the league. But last night was perhaps one of the worst that they endured on the field, and that also brought out the worst in the team owner. He was caught on camera having this animated conversation with KL Rahul, and Rahul also looked helpless after that Hyderabadi onslaught. He said that I'm at a loss for words. Mr. Goenka clearly unhappy at the way his team went down. Let's have a look at how the match went. Of course, Hyderabad won it by 10 wickets in quick time. And as we mentioned, it was Hyderabad Hurricane that struck Lucknow. Travis Head was unbeaten on 89. Abhishek Sharma unbeaten on 75. In the beginning, perhaps it was Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, his excellent spell that tied down Lucknow to a score of 165 for 4 that was eventually chased down by Hyderabad in 9.4 overs. Hyderabad has been in sizzling form this season. As a result of this win, they have climbed to the 3rd position in the league table. Let's have a look at the points table, and these are very, very crucial points going into the last few league games. of IPL. Hyderabad has now a run rate of plus 0.40, and they are just after Kolkata and Rajasthan, hoping to make it to the final, to the top four very soon. They have had an exceptional season. Let's have a look at what has worked for Hyderabad this season and why they have been in a sizzling form. Let's play out a story for all our viewers who are Hyderabad Sunrisers, Hyderabad fans, and have been reeling after that win.
We've also seen KKR to be fair.
Sunrisers Hyderabad have stretched the realms of possibility by allowing both ends to find boundaries consistently in the power play. Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, SRH's opening duo, has already hammered 2-century partnerships at strike rate of 254.1, the highest for any pair in any edition of the IPL. Due to their rampaging starts, SRH has broken the record for the highest team total in IPL history twice this season.
And you rightly say it, you look at the power of the batsman these days.
With Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and T. Natarajan supporting him on each side, Pat Cummins has filled a need for SRH in the middle overs. In his maiden T20 captaincy stint, Cummins has revitalized a squad that ended bottom last season. This season, he produced 7 wickets at an economy of 7.71 in the middle overs. From experienced campaigners to emerging talents, SRH has assembled a squad that complements each other's strengths seamlessly. They became the first franchise in IPL history to smash 250-plus runs for the third time in the competition. With their aggressive approach, consistent partnerships and ability to post big totals have made them a formidable force in IPL 2024.
Oh, that's close!
The Sunrisers team has indeed unleashed an indomitable pace duo in IPL 2024, with Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and T. Natarajan leading the charge. Natarajan has claimed 46 of his 48 IPL scalps for SRH at an average of 30.19, with 32 of his wickets coming in the death overs. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, on the other hand, has taken 29 wickets for SRH at an average of 26.1, with most of his impact coming in the power play.
We've also seen KKR to be fair.
The Orange Army are the undisputed kings of sixes in IPL 2024. They boast the highest percentage of runs scored through sixes, 38.47% among all teams. Their aggressive approach extends beyond just boundaries, with their bowling unit also known for attacking from the very first ball. This potent combination of big hitting batters and proactive bowling makes them one of the top title contenders this season.
This is a big moment in the game. Pat Cummins gets a wicket.
I'm joined at this hour by our guests, senior sports broadcaster Prakash Vakankar, Isha Vaka, who's a fan of Sunrisers Hyderabad, and cricket blogger Rishi Chabra. Well, Prakash, we've been talking about Hyderabad Hurricanes striking Lucknow and what happened after the match. I mean, a lot of us who were watching one of the broadcasters didn't see those pictures, but the other broadcaster clearly busy on zooming in pictures off the field of a very animated conversation between the corporate captain and the team captain. Would you like to comment on those visuals?
Well, it's difficult to comment, isn't it, Rika? As you said, we weren't listening, or we don't know what exactly was said. The non-verbals, I thought, were fairly clear. It was like, it goes back to my younger days when one time my boss stood up and told me, "What the heck were you doing? Why have you not met your target?" It's almost like that, isn't it? And I think the conversation may well have been more about frustration than anything else, because I think where the game was won and lost was probably in the first 6 overs of LSG's batting. They were just too timid. And then the bowling options at the top, I think, again, I think Rahul may have had a little bit of a brain fade during that game, but that's understandable given the absolute decimation that we witnessed with the two left-handers. I don't know where where T20 cricket is going to go if people are going to bat like this. I don't think they'll need bowlers. They might as well just have bowling machines and see who hits it further away.
And KL Rahul, at the end of the match, Rishi, he said he was at loss for words. Such things do happen to even the best of cricketers, right? And, you know, it was a night when he couldn't really have had any explanation.
Absolutely, Rika. I mean, you know, if you look at the stats, Lucknow scored, I think, 57 when KL Rahul got out in 10 overs. And Hyderabad went on to chase the entire target under 10 overs. So clearly, you know, they were different that you can't even compare the kind of performance that they put up. And, you know, Hyderabad, the last two batsmen, the way they scored, they still, you know, had the Lucknow team might have thought they're still in the game somehow. But the kind of performance that Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma have been putting day in, day out, I think there's no way, you know, 165, 166 would have been a defendable total. And probably, you know, had they scored 200, 250, they would have still gone on to chase that last night as well.
Prakash, let me ask you a little bit about the franchise, you know, psychology. Mr. Goenka, having bought this team for over 7,000 crore rupees in 2021, still really haven't tasted the win that, you know, franchise owners want. Would you say that frustration season after season, not seeing his team where he wants to, is now really coming out?
It's possible, Rika. It's very difficult to get into someone's mind, as you know, only too well. But I would imagine that, you know, the business of sport is not a sporting matter, if you know what I mean. End of the day, you have to run your franchise like any other business. And I think the professionalism that we see with the Rajasthan Royals, with the Chennai Super Kings, with the Mumbai Indians are shining examples. Let's also be honest, Mr. Goenka's team, this is his second team. He had the Pune team in between for those 2 years. So it's still very, very early. I mean, we are in our 16th, 17th, whatever edition of the IPL now.
17th, yeah.
For RPG, this is probably only 4th or 5th year. And therefore, you need to give that time. I'm sure he will reflect on it. I have no idea what the context of the conversation was, but I do believe that you need a core in a team. If you look at the successful franchises, all of them have had a solid core. If you just look at the short-lived period of Gujarat Titans, look what the disruption of the core has done to them and to the team that the captain went to. Both seem to be in a little bit of a challenge. And Mumbai, just to make that last point, Mumbai now has gone, several years without winning the title. Also because I think that central core has gotten chipped away, whereas Chennai, I think, still hold on to it. I think next season we'll see some big changes, but you need a core and you need patience. I think Parth Jindal, for example, is doing a terrific job in trying to get DC organized. So you do need to give it some gestation time. It's not a overnight success. It's very difficult. And if it happens, difficult to replicate.
Rishi, when sports comes down to Excel sheets and formulas, this is what we'll probably see. But tell us a little bit about, you know, being a fan on the ringside of this sport. We've always heard of you know, corporate bosses not being very kind to even their star players. But last night we saw the visual elements of it. Could you talk to us about it as a fan? What kind of effect did that have on you?
I mean, you know, corporate owners having IPL teams and sport teams are okay. I mean, you're in to make money, but at the end of the day, it is the player who has to go on the field and perform. And the hard work that they put in, I think it's very difficult to replicate every single game. You know, we've seen none of the IPL teams go on and win IPL titles back-to-back for 3-4 years. Only Chennai and Mumbai have done it back-to-back 2 years. And like Prakash sir said, you know, Gujarat winning the IPL season, the first season, and then, you know, making it to the finals, one-off thing. And look what it has done to the team in the third year. They're bottom of the table. But, you know, if you start comparing, you know, corporate culture and sporting culture, I think it's two different things. And cricket, especially on the field, is played very differently. You can add so much of a pressure to the player, but at the end of the day, it is the player who has to perform on the field. And you can't just, you know, keep implementing everything that goes on into the meeting. You have to improvise as per the match situation. You have to play the game as it is going on. So I think, all that said, I mean, the players have to do their part and forget what's happening, and in the meetings as such.
Now let's talk about an exceptional match that happened last night. 165 chased down in 9.4 overs. Isha, as a SRH fan, would you say you are no longer missing David Warner because you have another replacement and a fabulous replacement in Travis Head?
Definitely, because even Harsha Bhogle mentioned yesterday in the post-match presentation that only David Warner has done so much for the team, and now Travis is already on the run to do that. So definitely, what fearless cricket has SRH been playing? They were too good with their bowling yesterday, and you've seen the amazing performance put up by our openers. They finished the match within 10 overs and with no loss.
Prakash.
If I may, very briefly, what is interesting to look at SRH is when they have won dominating wins. But let's not forget, out of their 12 matches, they've actually lost 5. And when they've lost big, which is why their net run rate is still only 0.4. And I say only 0.4 because given the kind of wins they've had, their losses have been equally deflating. So that's something they'll have to be conscious of as they get to the business end of the tournament.
Right, but Prakash, would you say that last night, winning the match the way they have, they would have done their calculations previously? You talked about the run rate. Probably that was at the back of their mind, which is why they went out all guns blazing?
Well, I think that's just the way they play, don't they, Rika? I mean, every time these two come out to play, it's like you are caught literally in the crossfire of two big guns.
Yeah.
So I think they would have planned that. I think the next few games are going to be super, super exciting because even the teams that are not going to qualify for the top 4 can very well play serious spoil sport. RCB have a chance to do that. And mess around. Mumbai might just, for pride's sake, win the odd one and defeat one of the contenders. So I think 6 teams in my mind really in contention, and any one of them can do it. Remember what happened to India in the World Cup. RR and KKR have led the phase all the way through. SRH coming in strong. CSK will always be a force in my mind, and look at what DC did the other night as well. So who knows? I think this is, to my mind, turning out to be the most exciting last few games of the IPL as we get to the end of it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But one of the highlights of the match that probably got missed out because of the 2 fabulous batters was Nitish Reddy's catch of Quinton de Kock. Let's have a look at that. That was one of the fantastic moments of the match last night.
He's got it. He has got it. That is one.
Sidelines and Nitish Reddy.
On the rope here on the cushion, but I think he's done it pretty well. Tried it last over against Pat Cummins, heaving it leg side. Now then, does he stay behind? Yeah, I think he's done that absolutely fine.
Okay, Isha, final comments as a fan. Tell us, how would you react to that catch?
He's got it. He has got it.
Oh, it was a mind-blowing catch. We were like on the edge of our seats when that happened. And, as a SRH fan right now, we are like on cloud 9. So yesterday, after that amazing performance put out in the power play.
Rishi, one of the exceptional catches of the season?
Absolutely. I mean,
yes. I would say yes.
Yeah. Rishi, yes, final comment. One of the exceptional catches of the season.
Game changing, actually. If you see that led to, another wicket, and then the run rate for Lucknow was slowed down. So probably one of the game changing and exceptional catches of the season, yes.
Thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast, Prakash, Isha and Rishi. That's all we can pack into this segment for now. Thanks for watching.
Brought to you.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters, and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India? With BJP having matched here with the
Welcome back. Har Ghar Nal projects come as a relief for the residents of Bundelkhand as the temperature in Uttar Pradesh keeps soaring, with UP topping the list of states implementing Har Ghar Jal scheme. Let's have a look at how the scheme has made a difference in the lives of people there.
Like many states in India, residents of this area in Uttar Pradesh know the value of water. From walking miles from home to collect water to struggling to get one's share of the government water tankers that come once a week to localities. This is the reality of the residents of Bundelkhand.
जल योजना से लाभ मैंने पहले हमें दूर जाना पड़ता था पानी, लेकिन जब से नल लग गए तो दूर नहीं जाना पड़ा, समय की बचत होती है और जो समय की बचत वो अपने इंस्टाग्राम दूसरे काम में लगा देते हैं अपना। योगी मोदी जी को धन्यवाद करना चाहिए।
पहले परेशानी रही है, कुआं से लावत हैं, नलन से लावत हैं, दूसरे के।
किसको धन्यवाद देना चाहेंगे?
मोदी जी को।
This is the story of thousands of people in Bundelkhand. Government pipes carrying water have reached their homes over the past 2 years. This was made possible by the central government's Har Ghar Nal project.
चुनौती रहे, आदमी मोदी जी के अलावा कोई कर नहीं सकता था। ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ी योजना है, ये कोई नहीं कर सकता था। आदमी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही 2019 में शुरू हुआ और ये घर घर आज नल कनेक्शन लोगों को पहुंच रहा है। करोड़ों लोगों को घर का नल का कनेक्शन, ये कल्पना से परे है।
Uttar Pradesh tops the states implementing the central government's Har Ghar Nal scheme. The Jal Shakti department has been successful in preventing floods in the past few years. Construction of sewage treatment plants for cleaning streams and drains, water flow projects, minor irrigation work, construction of bore-wells and dams are some notable achievements of the Jal Shakti ministry. From the Har Ghar Nal Yojana to flood prevention work, UP has seen fast-paced progress on these fronts. Here's hoping the days of parched summers and flooding during the rainy season are a thing of the past. With Ranveer Singh, Bureau Report, NDTV.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including Air India Express has sacked 25 of its cabin crew members. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Air India Express row intensifies as 25 cabin crew members have been sacked by the airlines. The Air India Express terminates protesting employees. Do remember, many employees have called in sick last minute and switched off their phones. They haven't reported into work, which has caused massive flight delays and cancellations. We're talking about over 70 flights that have been impacted from early this morning. Salman Khan firing case. Punjab and Haryana High Court orders a second autopsy, and this is the firing case. Accused allegedly died by suicide in police custody in Mumbai. The High Court order has been issued after a plea by the mother of the deceased. In the battle for Srinagar, a big poll battle between National Conference and the PDP. Who will win the battle for Lal Chowk is the big question. Amidst train tires, Maldives Foreign Minister is here in India. He'll be meeting his counterpart, the Foreign Minister of India, Jal Shakti. They'll be holding bilateral talks. And President Joe Biden says that he won't provide weapons to Israel if it invades Rafah. Well, he has gone on to say that the weapons will not be supplied to Israel if it continues its attacks. And in his most direct warning to date, as far as Israel is concerned, the dynamics between US and Israel have shifted. Table tennis player Banega creates history, first ever Indian female paddler to win the Asian Cup medal. Another IPL controversy with KL Rahul's publicly, he has been humiliated by the LSG owner. Corporate captain versus team captain on camera showdown after LSG's defeat against SRH. Let's get to your top story. That's Air India Express has sacked at least 25 cabin crew members a day after nearly 300 employees of the airline called in sick and switched off their mobile phones, leading to a large-scale flight disruptions. It's day 2 of the disruption, and over 70 flights have been delayed or cancelled since early this morning. The job of termination is likely to increase, and the management is likely to hold a town hall meeting with the cabin crew members, and that's expected today. When we talk about flights that were impacted between Tuesday night and Wednesday, those amount to about 90 flight delays and cancellations. The low-cost airlines is a subsidiary of Air India. It is now owned by the Tata Group. Its employees have been protesting against the new employment terms. Sources have said the crew sources have gone on to say that there's been a lack of equality in the treatment of the staff, and they have claimed that some staff members have been offered lower job roles despite clearing interviews for senior positions. The crew has also flagged some modifications in their compensation package. These developments are taking place even as the airline is in the middle of a merger with AIX Connect, formerly Air Asia India. We have my colleague Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, 25 cabin crew members have been sacked, and that number is expected to go up. Take us through what has really led to the airlines taking such a drastic call, considering where the Labour Commissioner has gone on to say that the grievances of the cabin crew members is absolutely genuine.
Well, yes, certainly, what we are seeing a very dramatic development also, with the Air India Express, in fact, now sending termination letters to 30 of its employees. All of this, remember that all of them had taken marked sick leaves, and now, in fact, this termination letter says that, this violates their policies, their employees' code. And that is why this termination letter has been sent to them. Now, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, yesterday we did see that the MD of the Air India Express, in fact, had written a letter to all of its employees saying that the leadership is available for any discussion on this matter. And he had also, in fact, said that today a town hall meeting has to take place as pre-planned, and to hold discussion over this. But over that also, we got a reaction from the Air India employees, and they said that the town hall meetings are more of a one-way communication. So certainly, after that, now the Air India, in fact, sacking 30 of its employees. Certainly, the employees are somewhere very upset with the management. So what will be the action now that will be taken in the town hall meeting? That certainly remains to be seen. But as you rightly mentioned, we have seen that even the Labour Commissioner of Delhi, in fact, has come in support of the Air India employees. He had said that there was mismanagement and blatant violations of labour laws that were apparent. He had said, in fact, that the concerns of the employees are genuine, and in fact, a high-level committee should be formed, to address this grievances. But certainly now the Air India taking action in another direction and sacking 30 of its employees. Certainly what we are in fact expecting in this town hall meeting is that will the solution be reached today? That certainly remains to be the bigger question, because the employees are certainly not happy with, and saying that the assurances that were constantly being given to them, that has not been fulfilled by the management. And instead of welcoming them for a discussion, now the termination letters have been sent. And in fact, sources tell us that in fact this is only going to deepen. The number of employees that are going to be sacked is only going to increase. So all eyes will be on the town hall meeting that is going to take place today. Over to you.
Right, thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details. We also have Sam Daniel and Harsha joining us. Harsha, over to you first. Harsha joins us from the Jaipur airport. Harsha, early in the morning, you told us that there were no employees of the Air India Express or from Vistara at the counters there. What is the situation like on the ground? How many flights have been impacted?
Entire face-off has happened. Now, I am at the Air India Express counter where, of course, there is a lady who has come in, and in fact, she's been adjusting a lot of passengers. Now, this morning, 2 flights have been cancelled, which caused some amount of disruption. So here you can see the Dubai flight. The Jaipur-Dubai flight has been cancelled due to operation reasons from the 9th of May onwards. So this is definitely, it caused a lot of disruptions. This was early in the morning. Subsequent to that, there's been a flight 769 which goes from Jaipur to Delhi. Then there's a layover, and then that flight goes on to Goa. Now that flight, some passengers have come in. They got a message late at night saying that that flight has been cancelled. So this lady who is here, I have personally seen that she has been helping a lot of those passengers get into a different flight. So those passengers haven't been complaining that much. They've been adjusted in other flights. But of course, remember 2-tier cities like Jaipur have a number of flights that operate for Air India Express. So for example, there's a connection to Hyderabad, there's a connection to Bangalore. Those have been cancelled. In fact, even to Ayodhya, Bagdogra, these cities, smaller cities, are connected by Air India Express from Jaipur. So it is, of course, causing a lot of disruption and it is affecting passengers. In a lot of cases, since the traffic is not very high at the Jaipur airport, the airline staff is managing to adjust them onto different flights.
Right. Let's just also get a sense of what's really happening at the Chennai airport. Sam, many flights that operate out of the Chennai airport and out of Tamil Nadu. Take us to the situation on the ground.
Divya, so far at least 4 flights have been cancelled. 2 from Chennai, the Chennai-Kolkata flight, the Chennai-Mumbai flight and Chennai-Singapore flight. And also Trichy-Singapore flight have been cancelled. For passengers in Chennai, the officials at the counter say sufficient notice was given. They have the choice to either cancel their bookings or to reschedule their travel. The impact is twofold. One, passengers, although they have good choice in terms of flights in Chennai, the cost of tickets will escalate now. This is summer season now, so much of travel, and that's the big worry. In smaller cities like Trichy, Madurai and Coimbatore, there are limited international flight connectivity, and when flights like this get cancelled, it could completely throw their travel plans out of gear. So in the course of the day, we could get a clear picture on the kind of impact, particularly in smaller cities. But at the moment, at least in Chennai, we're not able to see any passengers who claim that their travel plans have been affected, besides the inconvenience in terms of having to reschedule. And in terms of the developments within the organization, so far, officials here say they don't have much to share.
Right.
They're quite tight-lipped about it.
We have Vishnu also joining us to get us more on this. Vishnu, Air India Express Airlines management has been saying that they're engaging with the crew to understand the reasons. All feedback channels are open for employees. Yet such a drastic measure has been taken where 25 cabin crew members have already been sacked.
In fact, that number has risen just in the last 10 minutes or so. I have learned that 30 cabin crew members have been terminated. The airline making it absolutely clear that as far as they are concerned, they're going to be taking a lot of action. They don't want this sort of disruption. It disrupts the operations of the airline, thousands of passengers being impacted on a daily basis. Now, simultaneously, what we are hearing is that there may be some talks which are held between the union of the airline and the management of the airline. Remember, this union is not what the management of the airline has typically accepted as being a legitimate union of the airline. However, I believe after 2 p.m. today, there is a possibility of some talks. The Chief Labour Commissioner is involved in this. The Civil Aviation Ministry is monitoring the situation very closely. And the management of the airline is also holding a town hall to address some of the concerns of these workers who are protesting. But I think the big point over here, as we run those termination letters on the screen, after having masked out the names of the affected employees, is this. That the airline, with 76 flight cancellations or flights being impacted today, the airline itself is, in a pretty difficult situation. The word they're using is 76 flights at least have been affected. That includes flight cancellations. It also includes flight delays. They are trying to get group aircraft, in other words, Vistara aircraft and Air India aircraft to operate on certain routes. That's being worked out. So the number of impacted flights is 76. I would suggest that a large number of those would be cancellations today as well.
Right, Vishnu, but this comes at a time when, of course, we've heard the Labour Commissioner slamming the Tata Airlines, calling it mismanaged, going on to even say that this is a blatant violation of labour laws, which has been apparent, and also going on to say that the grievances of the employees is absolutely genuine.
That's right. This is a story that NDTV broke yesterday. This was the Delhi Labour Commissioner, or one of the Delhi Labour Commissioners, who in a very sharp letter to the management of the Tata Group and also to Air India Express, said that there are complaints which have been raised by workers. There is a government-run conciliation process. You have to be a part of that conciliation process. You have not sent anybody credible or senior enough to deal with this. The concerns which have been raised by the workers are legitimate concerns. You have to listen to them. You cannot state arbitrary rules. Now, that was at the level of the Delhi Labour Commissioner, but the Chief Labour Commissioner is now, as I understand it, actively involved in this entire process. So there is the management, there are the workers, there is the Chief Labour Commissioner, and there is, of course, the union. So talks taking place, but unless there is an actual breakthrough, then, flight cancellations will get cascaded, number one. And number two, the airline has showed absolutely clearly that as far as they are concerned, terminations is the way they're going to deal it. If you don't operate flights, if you don't come into work, if you call in sick, then you will be terminated. That is the message which the management of the airline is now sending out.
Vishnu, they've already terminated about 10% of the 300 cabin crew members who've been protesting.
That's right. The number yesterday was 300. And these are senior cabin crew members. 30 of them have been sacked. That number is likely to go up as well. We've gone through the letters. A couple of grounds have been quoted. Okay, I have some breaking news coming in right now, Divya. This is from Air India Express. 74 flight cancellations today. Let's have that up. Let's flash that. 74 flight cancellations today. These are not impacted flights. These are flights which have been cancelled. Yesterday, it was approximately 90 flights, 76 flights which have been cancelled today. But to just return to the point that you were mentioning, what happens next in this entire process is something that we're going to have to wait and see. The airline very clearly, the management stating what their position is going to be. But yes, 1/10 of those senior cabin crew officials, cabin crew members have been terminated. Whether that number will go up or not, that remains to be seen. The letters, and I've gone through the letters, Ishika has gone through the letters as well, quote certain grounds. That you are obliged to have come to work, you are obliged to have done this, you have not done this, and therefore your services have been terminated. So it's a letter, and then there is an attachment. You open the attachment, it says how you've been terminated. That's what the letter says. I'll just read that out. your act of reporting sick for work amounts to a concerted action with a common understanding to not operate the flight and to disrupt the services of the company. This is not only in violation of applicable laws, but also violates the Air India Express limited employee service rules as applicable to you. One final point, Divya, all of these workers who did go on this protest, it wasn't just one or two stations. As I understand it, it was perhaps every single station that Air India Express operates from where they went on this protest. Not using the word strike, but certainly the word protest.
But they've, been vocal and they've been voicing their issues and grievances, say for about a week now, is from what we are hearing.
In fact, they've been, in fact, longer, Divya. I also have in my possession a show cause notice, which was issued to the management of Air India Express from the Labour Commission dating back to late last year, saying that, there are problems. Why don't you come forward? Why don't you start speaking and try and resolve this industrial crisis? Now, so, the situation reached a head in the last couple of days. But this has been a problem which has been mentioned by these cabin crew members for a while. I think it's important also, as far as NDTV is concerned, and for all of us reporting the story, to understand that, there are both sides of the story. In as much as we are reporting the concerns made by cabin crew members, it's equally important to say that this is the management of an airline that is trying to bring in a new work culture. This is the management of an airline which is trying to introduce new standards through which people will be assessed. There are new salary structures which have been introduced. A lot of the Air India Express workers have come in from the old Air India culture of working. It was a government enterprise. And if you do work a professional workplace, Divya, you and I have contracts, where we work, it's professionally run. We are assessed a particular manner. If we don't perform, then we are assessed lower, etc., etc. These are new guidelines which the airline has now brought in. So it's for these employees to accept it. And if they don't accept it and they go on strike or protest as they've done, they will be terminated. This isn't to suggest that many of the concerns raised by these employees are not valid. But two sides of the story, a way has to be found, because ultimately it's passengers who are being inconvenienced. Thousands of them on a daily basis, 74 flight cancellations today.
Right. Thank you for highlighting both sides of that issue as far as the Air India Express Airlines is concerned. But Vishnu, also just take us through how long. What we're hearing is that they're going to be operating on curtailed schedule till the 13th of May. But it seems like it could even go on for longer.
Well, Divya, that's anybody's guess right now. They are saying curtailed operations till the 13th of May. My understanding is that these flights cannot really operate unless you have senior cabin crew members on board. So if you are sacking or terminating cabin crew members, then where are you going to replace them? Obviously, it's a larger airline. Whether they can bring in these cabin crew members from another part of the airline or not, that has to be seen. That is problematic because the others on other airlines have different aircraft that they're operating. They may not be certified as cabin crew members on the Boeing 737 MAX 8 or the Boeing 737-800 aircraft, which is what the large number of aircraft operated by Air India Express are. So where they'll get senior cabin crew members, we'll have to see. That's also a rostering issue, which the airline will need to figure out. What is the minimum number of senior cabin crew members that they can actually operate with? And in that time period, until they figure this all out, curtailed operations, as we've been reporting, till the 13th of this month.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the story and getting you the very latest when it comes to the cancellation or the delay in flights when it comes to Air India Express. Switching tracks now to more news coming in. And in the firing case outside actor Salman Khan's house in Bandra, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the Punjab government to conduct a second post-mortem examination of the accused who died in the police custody in Mumbai. The directions have come after the mother of the accused, she has requested for a second post-mortem examination of her son, Anuj Kumar. The earlier post-mortem was conducted at Mumbai in the control of the same police in whose custody Anuj had died. Anuj was arrested on the 23rd of April by the Maharashtra police, while the two men arrested from Gujarat for allegedly opening fire outside the actor's residence in Mumbai were not aware of the target until weapons and bullets were delivered to them while they stayed at that rented house close to the actor's farmhouse. While the Mumbai crime branch has also arrested a member of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang from Rajasthan for allegedly providing financial help to the the shooters involved in the firing that's taken place outside Salman Khan's residence.
As Anuj Thapan, who has died in police interrogation, there was a strong suspicion to the family of Anuj. The mother has approached the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court, who has filed one writ petition in which the Honorable Court has made an order to re-post-mortem of the body, which is laying in Fazilka. The direction is to the medical superintendent Faridkot GGS Medical College, and within 2 days we will move a body of Anuj Thapan to GGS Medical College, and GGS Medical College will re-examine the post-mortem and will give us a report.
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In the light of racism row sparked by Sam Pitroda's comments on skin colour, now BJP Tamil Nadu chief has put out a message on X saying, "Dear Sam Pitroda, I'm dark-skinned Bharatiya. Proud Bharatiya" is what has been put out by Annamalai.
Brought to you.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election. Prime Minister Modi makes a formal.
Welcome back. Now, after Mayawati sacked her nephew, he has now gone on to react. We're talking about Akash Anand. He says he has the deepest respect for Mayawati. He humbly accepts the decision that's been taken by the BSP chief. Mayawati's sacked nephew is no longer the heir of a political career. And of course, it is Akash Anand was dropped from the party post. This is the top post by his aunt Mayawati, who had made that move right after comments that were made against the BJP. Akash Anand, in a message on X, has gone on to say, "Respected sister Mayawati ji, you are an ideal you're an idol for the entire Bahujan Samaj. Crores of countrymen worship you. It's because of your struggles that today our society has got such a political power, due to which the Bahujan Samaj has been able to learn to live with respect. You are a universally accepted leader. Your orders are our obedience. I will continue to fight for Bhim mission and my society till my last breath." Hail Bhim, hail India is what he had to put out in that message on X. We have my colleague Tanish joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Tanish, take us through the reaction after he has been sacked from the top position. He's gone on to, really praise Mayawati after being sacked. Akash Anand putting out that message on X, going on to talk about the struggles that Mayawati has gone through, due to which today, the society has got such a political power. He's gone on to say that he respects the decision that's taken as he stands down.
Well, exactly, Divya, it is exactly how you put it.
frankly, it seems like Akash Anand had no other choice but to accept this decision because, of course, Mayawati being the supremo of the party, and it is, while he may have been a successor, earlier, but Mayawati was still very much in charge of the functionings and everything in the party. But this is the reaction that has come today. Everybody was waiting for Akash Anand's reaction after he was removed from the post of national coordinator and successor of the party, following his controversial speeches in Sitapur, on which an FIR was filed against him. But yes, the latest reaction has come in. The first reaction from Akash Anand saying that he humbly accepts the decision. Now it remains to be seen what role will be Akash Anand be given inside the party while his father continues to function like before. It remains to be seen what will be the role of Akash Anand from now on.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanishq, for joining us with those details. Akash Anand reacting to the decision that's been taken by Mayawati. He has been sacked from the top post. In his first remarks after being sacked as the national coordinator of the BSP by the party chief, Akash Anand has gone on to say that he will continue fighting till his last breath for the Beam mission and his society. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections
As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert? Or
Let's get you the latest as far as the Air India Express now is concerned. Now, 30 cabin crew members have been sacked a day after they called in sick and reported not to work. They switched off their mobile phones. Do remember, 90 flights were delayed yesterday. 74 flights have been impacted since early this morning. In the Salman Khan firing case, Punjab and Haryana High Court has ordered a second autopsy. The firing case accused allegedly died by suicide in the custody of the police in Mumbai. Now, the High Court has issued an order for that second post-mortem on the request of the mother of the deceased. In the battle for Srinagar, the big poll battle between National Conference and PDP, who will win the battle for Lal Chowk is the big question. Amid strained ties, the Maldives Foreign Minister is here in India. He'll be holding a meeting with External Affairs Minister Jal Shakti to discuss the bilateral and regional issues of mutual interest. US President Joe Biden says that he won't be providing weapons to Israel if it invades Rafah. The army delay shifts the dynamic as far as the US-Israel is concerned. So President Joe Biden there saying that the United States' weapon supplies will be stopped to Israel if it continues its attacks in his most direct warning till date. Table tennis player Banega Batra creates history. She's the first ever Indian paddler to win the Asian Cup medal. Let's get you the very latest. And that's Sam Pitroda, the veteran congressman and the party's overseas unit chief, has stepped down from the post and amid that huge political row over his controversial remarks that came amid the massive 7-phase elections that are going on. Calling his comments racist, leaders of the BJP led by the Prime Minister have accused the Congress of pursuing divisive practices. In an interview to Statesman, Pitroda described India as a very diverse country where people on the east look like Chinese, people on the west look like Arabs, people on the north look like maybe white, and people living in South India look like Africans. Now, the Congress still firefighting over those earlier comments that were made as far as inheritance tax by Sam Pitroda is concerned, found itself in the middle of another row with his latest remarks. He has now been removed from his post.
Our next generation of
And he has done it again, quickly emerging as Congress's self-goal expert. Rahul Gandhi's advisor Sam Pitroda has sparked another controversy, embarrassing his party, this time comparing South Indians to Africans and people from the Northeast to the Chinese. No surprise, the Prime Minister and most top BJP leaders did not lose the opportunity to attack the Congress.
आज मुझे पता चला कि अमेरिका में ये शहजादे के एक अंकल रहते हैं। ये शहजादे के अंकल वो उनका फिलोसोफर एंड गाइड है। चमड़ी के रंग के आधार पर मेरे देशवासियों का अपमान कर रहे हैं। शहजादे, आपको जवाब देना पड़ेगा। चमड़ी के रंग के आधार पर मेरे देशवासियों का अपमान मेरा देश सहन नहीं करेगा।
कितनी बार हिंदुस्तानियों का अपमान करोगे? इससे बड़ा जातिवादी बयान क्या हो सकता है?
राहुल गांधी के एडवाइजर हैं। अब मैं समझ गया कि राहुल गांधी इस तरह से अनाप शनाप क्यों बोलते हैं। इस पर क्या टिप्पणी की जाए? ये हार की हताशा है। न हिंदुस्तान समझते हैं, न देश की विरासत समझते हैं।
The Congress has been largely silent over the controversy, except for distancing itself from Pitroda's comments.
सैम पिट्रोडा द्वारा भारत की अनेकताओं को जो उपमाएं दी गई हैं वो बिल्कुल गलत है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और अस्वीकार्य है।
Southern parties aren't amused by Pitroda's comments either.
The stereotyping of calling North Indian resembling Chinese or South Indian resembling African is totally unacceptable. Prime Minister Modi in this issue is hypocritical because when his own partyman has made similar statement in the past targeting religious minorities. Sam Pitroda is nobody to India Alliance.
I think it's high time people like Sam Pitroda are shown their awkath, where they belong to.
In the midst of elections, Sam Pitroda's comments have come at a very unfortunate time for the Congress. With Bureau Input, Sri Prabhu, NDTV.
Now, as Sam Pitroda draws flack over his racist remarks, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju, in an exclusive interview to NDTV's Nikunj Garg, says that Sam Pitroda's divisive thinking undermines the nation. Let's listen in.
Mr. Rijiju, it's a sad day. It's a sad day because some very repulsive commentary has been made for our fellow countrymen. I do not know what to say to that gentleman who has made these comments. However, to you I ask, this surely is something that can be completely avoided and a thought process that probably not even the most illiterate or not even the most people who are completely dismissive of others' identities can be discussing or should be discussing in this day and age.
See, first of all, Nikunj, I heard this statement today and I must say that I was not surprised that such comments have come from Sam Pitroda. But it is shocking because it has come in a time when we are trying to unify our country by all sense. You know, we have to be together. We are one. India is a nation which is known as a very diverse but united country. So this statement made by Sam Pitroda is in very bad taste. In fact, it is very harmful for India's unity and integrity. Now let me, make some very quick observation. This Sam Pitroda's remarks cannot be taken lightly because he is the mentor, philosophical guide, and he is the advisor of Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Now, the big battle as far as Srinagar is concerned, the battle between the National Conference and the PDP, but who will win the battle as far as Lal Chowk is concerned? That is the big question. The battle for Srinagar between the two young politicians. Well, my colleague Nazir gets us the very latest.
Election fever at Srinagar's iconic Lal Chowk, once an epicenter of separatist politics and a perpetual security hazard.
This is the first election in Kashmir in last over 3 decades, which is being fought without fear of violence or boycott calls by separatists. This election is not just about who wins or who loses. It is reviving politics that was in a state of suspended animation as Jammu and Kashmir is without an elected government for last 6 years.
The battle for Srinagar constituency is mainly between two young politicians, Agha Ruhullah Mehndi of National Conference and Wahidur Rahman Para of PDP. One is a victim of terrorism and the other was jailed on terror charges. Para was key player in BJP-PDP government's youth outreach program in Kashmir, but after scrapping off Article 370 in August 2019, he was booked under stringent anti-terror law UAPA, now out on bail.
You would get praise from the none other than the Home Minister of India for organizing major youth rallies at a time when things were horribly wrong in 2017, 16 and 18. But then you are the same person who is a terror accused, who is facing UAPA charges. How you would define yourself, a man who is being praised by the Home Minister for involving youth in the mainstream or a terror accused?
I think this is story of every Kashmiri, every young Kashmiri who wants to express himself democratically. There are structural issues we face. Even the Home Minister of India, or the Chief, I was working directly with the Chief Minister Mahabubaji closely. So irrespective of, we had so much of, like the Home Minister would openly say, will praise my work. But then you saw how I was treated. I was booked in 2 terror cases by NIA, by SIA, then, tortured, humiliated and kept in detention for like 2 years. I think this is what's happening to every Kashmiri, and this has historically happened to us. My message to people of India is that Kashmiris are like you. We are not born terrorists or stone pelters or militants.
National Conference candidate Agha Ruhullah's father, Agha Sayyid Mehdi, an influential Shia cleric, was killed in a deadly IED blast by terrorists in 2000. Agha's consistent stand on key issues and staunch opposition to revocation of Article 370 has won him praise even from political opponents, including main rival PDP. Despite being a victim of terrorism, he publicly apologizes for failing to stop migration of Kashmiri Pandits in 1990.
In your repeated, speeches, what you are talking about at August 5, 2019 was a black day, and you don't accept, and people don't accept that decision. So you are saying that you will going to represent that voice in the parliament. Is it still a relevant issue for the people?
It is. You can see from the response of the people and the sentimental outbursts when you talk about it. You can see it in their tears and eyes. People have not forgotten how we were treated and how our dignity and rights were snatched from us, and that too undemocratically, without our asking for our consent and wish and will. So that was a humiliation for us as a nation. So it remains with us. It is relevant. It is relevant until we get our rights and dignity back.
Okay, so is Article 370 scrapping the central issue of your election campaigning?
It's not only the central issue, it's the driving force for my campaigning.
The Srinagar Lok Sabha seat is spread across 5 districts, from the Zojila Pass that separates the valley from Ladakh, and right up Peer Ki Gali or Peer Panjal Mountains in South Kashmir. In Pulwama, which is part of Srinagar seat, it will be the first vote for these enthusiastic residents. In previous elections, they had boycotted polls.
पिछले इलेक्शन में आप लोगों ने वोट डाला था या बाइकआउट?
हमने नहीं डाला हमने बाइकआउट किया था उसे नहीं डाला था वहीद साहब जैसे लीडर
If participation of people in election campaigning translates into votes, Srinagar constituency is expected to defeat boycott politics before electing its new MP. There are clear signs on the ground, and it appears people are leaving behind Srinagar's boycott legacy. In Srinagar, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
Switching tracks now, in a first of its kind by any institute across India, IIT Madras has raised a record 513 crore rupees funds as donations in the financial year that just ended. This is more than double the funds raised in the previous year. My colleague Sam Daniel spoke to the director and the core team.
IIT Madras has raised record funds, 513 crore. This is more than double what was raised last year. With me, the IIT Madras director, the dean and the trustee. Thank you very much for your time. What does it mean and how will these funds be used, sir?
So, thank you, Sam, for covering this very important achievement of IIT Madras. What it means is that a lot of people have trust in IIT Madras. There are 2 types of donors who have given us this donation. One is the companies which have given this CSR, around 119 of them, and more than hundreds of donors, alumni who are basically 1,000 plus alumni. Number of students who are qualifying our eligibility test or below poverty line, And this fellowship, the merit cum means scholarship that we are getting, is going to be extremely useful for that.
What makes it so special for alumni to be so generous with their institution?
See, I passed out from IIT Madras in 1970, 65 to 70, paying a tuition fee of 200 rupees a year. So my entire education costed 1,000 rupees. And what it has created in me is something enormous. Now, if IIT has to continue to do that, it has to keep itself upgraded and developed to meet the current requirements. So there is a commitment that the alumni are committed to give back to the alma mater.
Right. Many would also say, sir, that the funds could be better utilized if you set up a corpus like how universities in the US do, so that students who study here, who otherwise spend a lot of money for fees, could have quality education free or very subsidized.
This is not a new idea to IIT Madras. We've been at this for at least 40 years now. Our corpus and endowment, these are two separate pots that we maintain on our books, today add up to a little under 900 crores already. And we believe this is going to be, like you rightly said, the growth prospect. Even this year, over 300 crores of the total money raised has come in the form of an endowment, and those will all help every activity from student scholarships, supporting path-breaking research in many different areas.
Professor, you are number 1 ranked in India, IIT Madras, but when it comes to world rankings, you still lag behind.
Sam, NIRF is one ranking mechanism which is fine-tuned for India, because we have our own responsibilities, social responsibilities. We have all the things that we need to serve. But on the other hand, we are not running away from one international ranking, QS, which is giving us a lot of good pointers. Right. And we will try to aspire to keep on building on it. And I'm sure this year we will grow. But perception, 45 marks, which is out of syllabus for me, I have to really work on it, and we are working.
At the IIT Madras with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find the TV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you. biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
Welcome back. Now rubbishing the allegations by the US on India for a foil assassination plot against pro-Khalistan radical Pannu, the Russian foreign minister has gone on to say that Washington has not yet provided any kind of reliable evidence of the involvement of the Indian citizens in the case. Russia has again gone on to say that Washington's actions clearly constitute interference in India's internal affairs. To get more on this, we have my colleague Vishal joining us. But before that, let's just listen in to what was said.
As for the speculations, since there is no evidence, they are not acceptable. Regular groundless accusations by the US against New Delhi, and we see that they not only accuse groundlessly New Delhi but also other states in violating religious freedoms. The reason is that they try to unbalance the domestic political situation in India in order to make it harder to have the general parliamentary election, and that is part of the meddling into India's domestic affairs.
Well, Vishal joins us to get us more on this. Vishal, you know, when we're talking about the Russian foreign minister dismissing allegations, saying that there's no proof as far as the accusations are concerned, there's no backing, while Russia backs India.
That is true, Divya. So the Russian government has said that there are no proof to, establish that there is some kind of involvement of an Indian national in the alleged plot to kill Guru Parpan Singh Pannu, who is a designated terrorist in India. So he has a dual citizenship of US and Canada. So there are serious things that happened over the last few months. Back in November, the US Justice Department had unsealed a document and said that an Indian national was involved in the alleged plot to kill Pannu. And then later last month, Washington Post had reported that a raw officer could have been involved in the same case. The Ministry of External Affairs had rejected these allegations and said that these are unfounded allegations. The same thing has been said by the Russian government as well, and they have also said that there is no proof to establish that an Indian national was involved. And they have also slammed the US and said that this is an attempt by the US to destabilize India, which is undergoing one of the biggest elections in the world. So some strong words from the Russian Foreign Ministry on this. The case is still going on. The perpetrator is mostly in the Czech Republic, who is holed up there. So it remains to be seen what happens in the case.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us with those details. Staying with international news, amid a diplomatic standoff, Maldives Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer has arrived in New Delhi on his first bilateral official visit, the maiden high-level visit since bilateral ties came under strain after the President Moizu assumed office 6 months ago. The Foreign Minister will be meeting with External Affairs Minister Jal Shakti for discussions on bilateral and regional issues of mutual interest. We have my colleague Ghazali joining us to get us more on this. Ghazali, a very crucial visit of the Maldivian Foreign Minister. What all is on the agenda?
See, bilateral ties between India and Maldives are certainly set to take a decisive turn with the maiden visit of their Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer. And this visit comes in the backdrop of the raging row between the two countries over the withdrawal of Indian military personnel from the island nation, even as Mr. Mohammad Moizu government deepens its relationship with China. And also the victory of the People's National Congress, which is Moizu's party, has won the presidential election there, and they have signaled a resounding support among the Maldivians for the new administration's policies, including the basic premise of their foreign policy to enhance the bilateral relationship with China. But with this visit, perhaps the Moizu government is also hinting that they want to mend their ties with India. And the basic poll plank of Mr. Moizu in the last parliament election was also the India Out campaign, which we have discussed about earlier. But perhaps this time around, we'll have to see perhaps in this bilateral talks, which is going to happen from some time from now, where Mr. Jal Shakti will be meeting the Foreign Minister of Maldives, a decision will be taken whether Maldives will certainly ask Indian troops to leave the island nation or not, or perhaps the Indian personnel will continue to stay there. So that will be the major breakthrough if that happens, and developments will confirm in some hours from now.
Right. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Now, Samartha by Hyundai, in a partnership with NDTV, is an initiative to shift mindsets and spark a larger societal change around inclusivity as well as diversity. A change that will make the world see the true capabilities of those who carry disabilities. Sweta's is one such story. Born with spina bifida, she uses her comedy to talk about disability and related issues for working to change perceptions and make the world a more inclusive place. Sweta is a Samarth hero.
I was born with something called as spina bifida that affects the spinal cord. Yeah, I am different, but I want to live life my way. I happened to chance upon comedy. I wanted to experiment and see if I could use this particular medium to express myself. मुझे sympathy नहीं चाहिए, संपत्ति चाहिए. I want to live in a world where inclusion is not an afterthought. So if you have the right tools to live your life as smoothly as possible, why don't I? The applause on stage makes me happy like no other thing in this universe. My jokes have always helped the audience understand a new perspective and laugh at a subject that otherwise has been over-stigmatized. I am Samarth.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Brought to you. Whenever you use Gmail and you're trying to compose a new email, friends, you all know that section जहाँ पे हम email को compose कर रहे होते हैं वो बहुत छोटा सा होता है कई बार. It's not that convenient to draft long emails. You know what? You can use the power of Google Docs and वहाँ पे you can create your complete long emails and easily you can send them in Gmail. So basically, if you are in Google Docs, just type @email and वहाँ पे you will see this entire thing coming up जहाँ पे आप properly अपना email draft कर सकते हैं. You can add in the recipients, you can add in the subject line. आप email की body में जैसा चाहें वैसा पूरी एक proper formatting के साथ में अपना email draft कर सकते हैं. And वहीं से you can just hit a button to preview this email in Gmail and then just hit a button to send it. काफी easy and काफी convenient tip है for everyone who's using Gmail on a regular basis. Basically helping you compose longer emails in a better way within Google Docs. कैसा लगा ये tip? मुझे जरूर बताना.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है. The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज.
Youth की आवाज. They make hashtags become a voting trend. they communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Air India Express has sacked at least 30 cabin crew a day after nearly 300 employees of the airline called in sick and switched off their phones, leading to large-scale flight disruptions. 74 Air India Express flights were cancelled this morning. In the Salman firing case, the Punjab and Haryana High Court have ordered the second autopsy. The High Court order is after the plea was submitted by the deceased's mother. The firing case accused allegedly died by suicide in police custody. On Hot Seat, we focus on the battle for Srinagar. It's a big poll battle between the National Conference and the PDP. The big question is, who will win the battle for Lal Chowk? Amid a diplomatic standoff, Maldives Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer has touched down in New Delhi on an official visit to India to discuss bilateral ties between the two countries. The Russian Foreign Ministry has dismissed all allegations made by the United States against India regarding a foiled assassination attempt plot involving pro-Khalistan radical Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. Table tennis player Manika Batra creates history. She's the first ever Indian female paddler to win an Asian Cup medal. And the latest IPL controversy, KL Rahul's public humiliation by the Lucknow Super Giants owner. The KL Rahul-led Lucknow Super Giants were absolutely demolished in the match by a rampant Sunrisers unit in Hyderabad. It's 10 a.m. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bhava. Our big focus remains the Air India Express fiasco. 74 AI Express flights were cancelled this morning, and Air India Express has sacked at least 25 cabin crew just a day after nearly 300 employees of the airline called in sick and switched off their phones, leading to large-scale flight disruptions. The number of job terminations is likely to increase, and the management is likely to hold a town hall meeting with cabin crew members later today. As far as the flight disruptions are concerned, as I mentioned, around 74 flights have been impacted today. The low-cost airline is a subsidiary of Air India that is now owned by the Tata Group, as you are well aware. Ishika has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Ishika, the last time you had updated us, a total of nearly 74 flights were impacted. Can you give us the latest update?
Well, as of now, what we are getting to know is that 74 Air India Express flights have been cancelled across India. Now, this certainly, includes all the international as well as the domestic flights here. But certainly, as you rightly mentioned, we have seen that today in a very dramatic development, the Air India Express has sacked 25 of its employees. In fact, what we are getting to know that the number has also increased. It has gone to 30. So now the Air India Express, in fact, sacking 30 of its employees who had, in fact, in terms of a silent protest, they had taken this mass sick leave. Now here the Air India in this particular termination letter, they had said that, this goes against the employee code here as well, and that is why that is being done. Now, in fact, what we are also getting to know that today a town hall meeting is also scheduled to take place. Remember, yesterday the the MD of the Air India Express had written a letter to all, in fact, to all the employees saying that the top leadership is always there for discussion. And in fact, he has said that today a town hall meeting is going to take place as it was scheduled earlier as well. And in fact, now what we are getting to know that town hall meeting will take place in the evening. But let me also tell you that in fact, an ultimatum also has now been given as per our sources to the employees to in fact, to join their duties by 4 p.m. today as per the roster that has been prepared. Remember, yesterday itself in his letter, the MD had said that a curtailed roster will be made, and that has been made. And an ultimatum, as per our sources, an ultimatum has been given for these employees who had taken this mass leave to join their duties by 4 p.m. today. So certainly, after these dramatic developments, it will certainly be very important and very crucial to see as to what will take place, in the town hall meeting and what will be the conclusion after the town hall meeting, because currently the employees say that no kind of communication is being done from the management side, and even on the town hall meeting they had said that it is more of a one-way communication. But certainly the bigger question remains as to when will there will be any solution to this Air India Express crisis, because remember, the Ministry of Civil Aviation also had sought a report from the Air India Express over this and had said to in fact promptly resolve this issue, because certainly it is the passengers on ground who continue to suffer. Yesterday it was over 90 flights that were impacted across India, and today the number has gone to number is 74. So certainly the passengers, they continue to be impacted because of this. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Ashika, for joining us with the latest update. As my colleague Ashika is reporting, an ultimatum has been issued to AI Express staff to turn up to work by 4 p.m. this evening. But again, passengers are facing flight disruptions. They are impacted. In fact, Harsha Kumari Singh was at the Jaipur airport to speak to passengers who were flying the Air India Express schedule all day today. Take a look at what they had to say.
Here at the Jaipur airport, for example, this morning, 769 has been cancelled, which is going to Delhi from Jaipur. Also, the flight to Dubai has been cancelled. Now, I have a passenger with me who's come from Mumbai. Aapka naam bataiye?
My name is MD Azam.
Mr. Azam, what are the problems you're facing? Have you suddenly come to know? Show us your boarding pass. Where were you going?
Too much problem, ma'am. Too much problem. It's too much. Because in India, person want to know travel in domestic, it's an emergency, important for to fly. Then he take the flight. Then he take the airlines. Otherwise, he go to by train, like bus.
You come from Mumbai and you were going to Delhi?
Yeah. But here, too much waiting.
Your flight has got cancelled?
I got 1 a.m. early morning email. A flight has been cancelled due to operational reason.
Okay. If you can quickly show us your boarding pass. Okay, so that's your boarding pass, and it's IX769, which has been cancelled. What are they saying they will do now?
They will do, he told me like I will provide another flight, another seat, like that.
But it's inconveniencing passengers.
Maybe.
Okay. So yes, you can see that passengers are being inconvenienced. Now they have promised him another flight, but at the Air India counter there's a very clear sign. So the Delhi, Jaipur, Delhi, Goa flight has been cancelled. But if you can see at the sign there, it's very clear that the Dubai flight is going to be cancelled from 9th May onwards. So there is no clarity on when it will resume. Of course, the Dubai passengers have all sort of have gone back home, the ones who were from here. They could not take off in the morning. And you can see here, in that departures, which is written there, the Dubai flight is written quite clearly, cancelled, and departures, you can see the board there where the Delhi, Jaipur Delhi was cancelled without too much prior notice. So I think that's what is really causing inconvenience. Two-tier cities like Jaipur depend a lot, in fact, on the Air India Express, and the passengers here are being inconvenienced till this problem will be resolved. Air India personnel not really speaking too much to us here on camera. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
Right, Sam Daniels also joining us live from the Chennai airport for a quick update at the moment. Sam, large-scale flight disruptions in Chennai as well?
At the moment, we can confirm cancellation of 4 flights across Tamil Nadu, Parameshwar. 2 from Chennai, the Chennai-Kolkata flight, the Chennai-Mumbai flight, Chennai-Singapore, and also a flight from Trichy to Singapore. And for passengers who are booked to depart from Chennai, they are fortunate to have the choice of other airlines. Chennai is in that sense well connected. But the worry for them would be last-minute bookings in other airlines, and that could be expensive. But the real impact could be felt in the smaller cities like Trichy, Madurai and Coimbatore, where they have very limited international air connectivity, and that's where the impact will be clearer in the course of the day when it becomes clear in terms of totally how many flights got cancelled, because there it may completely disrupt the travel plans of passengers. It's vacation, summer vacation time. It could be expensive to rebook. It could also be difficult in terms of bookings in those smaller cities. But in terms of the developments within the organization, the employees here are not able to divulge much. But certainly it has affected the people. It has come as a huge embarrassment for the Air India Express, which says it has given sufficient advance information to passengers, allowing them to either cancel bookings or reschedule or look for other airline possibilities.
As always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update from the Chennai airport. In fact, an ultimatum has been issued to AI Express staff to turn up to work by 4 p.m. this evening. We'll keep tracking the latest update for you as far as the story is concerned. For now, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. In the firing case outside actor Salman Khan's house in Bandra, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the Punjab government to conduct a second post-mortem examination of the accused, who died in police custody in Mumbai. The directions have come after the accused's mother. She filed a plea seeking directions to initiate and conduct a fresh post-mortem examination of her son, Anuj Kumar. The earlier post-mortem was conducted in Mumbai in the control of the same police whose custody Anuj Kumar had died in, and he was actually arrested on the 23rd of April by the Maharashtra police. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us for a quick update, but before that, let's listen in to a reaction we have from a lawyer.
Interrogation. There was a strong suspicion to the family of Anuj. The mother has approached the Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court, who has filed one writ petition in which the Honorable Court has made an order to re-post-mortem of the body, which is lying in Fazilka. The direction is to the medical superintendent Faridkot GGS Medical College, and within 2 days we will move a body of Anuj Thapan to GGS Medical College, and GGS Medical College will re-examine the post-mortem and will give us a report.
Radhika Ramaswamy is with us for a live update. Radhika, the Punjab and Haryana High Court have allowed a second post-mortem examination now?
That's right. That's what we are hearing. Punjab and Haryana High Court has in fact directed authorities to conduct a second post-mortem on Anuj Thapan. In fact, the family had raised apprehensions over the first post-mortem, which was conducted in JJ Hospital. As far as the initial post-mortem reports are concerned, it reveals that there is absolutely no foul play as far as his death is concerned, and that the injury marks, the marks on his neck, are consistent to injuries associated with hanging. So therefore, the JJ Hospital authorities who conducted post-mortem have in fact confirmed that the death is due to hanging, and that there are no more marks on other parts of the body. Therefore, no signs of torture is something that the post-mortem report has revealed. At this point, of course, the final report from JJ Hospital authorities are yet to come. This is, of course, the initial post-mortem report. Viscera has also been preserved for further analysis. However, family not happy with the report, which is why they approached different courts, not just the Punjab and Haryana High Court, but also the Bombay High Court. Bombay High Court is yet to hear the matter. But we are made to understand that Punjab and Haryana High Court has directed the authorities to conduct a re-post-mortem. It has in fact observed that considering the apprehension raised by the family members of this particular victim, and the peculiarity of the case, and also that there is no objection from the authorities who had actually conducted the first post-mortem, let there be a second post-mortem. This is what the court has said. Now it remains to be seen what the outcome of the second post-mortem is. Will there be any sort of foul play as being alleged by the family members, or will they confirm death by hanging once again?
Eyes will be on any discrepancies. Thank you so much, Radhika, as always, for joining us with that update. News and updates continue in a moment, right after this very short break.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all
Welcome back. The West Bengal Governor will release CCTV footage and show it to people while withholding it from the police, even as the police have formed a special investigation team to investigate the sexual harassment allegations against the governor. In a statement posted on X, the governor has announced a program in the backdrop of what he calls mischievous and fabricated allegations by the police. Earlier, the governor had banned the entry of the police to the Raj Bhavan premises for investigating the sexual harassment complaint against Governor Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, filed by a lady staffer of the Raj Bhavan. This is what we had covered as well. The governor has now invited 100 people to see the footage at the Raj Bhavan today. Saurabh Gupta is reporting the details of this story. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Saurabh, now the governor is expected to show the CCTV footage of Raj Bhavan to about 100 staffers.
100 people who wish to see the CCTV footage and have nailed the Raj Bhavan on the shared email address will be allowed to see that footage. Now, obviously, this is something that is a matter of investigation, and the CCTV footage is something that the police have also asked for. But the police claim that the CCTV footage has not been shared with them. However, you know that there is an investigation going on. However, of course, there's no case that's been filed because the governor is a constitutional functionary and enjoys immunity from, criminal proceedings given his position. But obviously, there is also the matter in which the staffer of the Raj Bhavan, a temporary staffer, lady staffer, had filed a molestation complaint against the governor, and the police had called some staff members of the Raj Bhavan also for questioning, but hardly anyone came for that after the governor issued orders saying that nobody should go for that. But this has become a showdown between the Trinamool Congress and the governor's office and the governor himself, with these allegations, molestation allegations, emerging, and a complaint being filed with the police against the governor for allegedly molesting a lady staffer. But again, the governor's office has denied all these allegations completely and called it fabricated and mischievous, and says and has hit out at not only the government and the police but also the chief minister. The governor in a soundbite had said, this was dirty politics, and obviously Trinamool has also gone hammer and tongs at the governor, saying that, they will not engage with the governor given these allegations, and these criminal investigations can continue after the governor, his term as governor is over, because the immunity that he enjoys is only till the time that he is in the position of the governor. So it's become a major showdown with the Trinamool Congress and the governor. But today, of course, the governor, announcing yesterday on social media platform X that people could mail the Raj Bhavan to see the footage, and the first 100 of those who nail the Raj Bhavan will be allowed to see the footage inside the Raj Bhavan.
As always, Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with that detailed update. Well, let's revert to the breaking news story we're tracking. As we had mentioned, 74 Air India Express flights were cancelled this morning. And as we had covered at the start of this bulletin, now an ultimatum has been issued by Air India Express to all its staffers to show up to duty as per their assigned rosters. In fact, as Ishika Verma was reporting, an ultimatum has been issued to Air India Express staffers, clearly, explicitly stating that they must end up to work, they must show up to work by 4 p.m. this afternoon. That's the breaking news story we're tracking on NDTV 24/7. Ishika's with us live at the moment. Ishika, you had mentioned in your earlier report at the start of this bulletin as well that Air India Express had issued an ultimatum to its staffers to say that they have to show up to work by 4 p.m. this evening.
Well, yes, certainly, now the big breaking that we are getting as per our sources on the update is that an ultimatum has been issued to all these employees. Remember, all of them who had taken this mass sick leave, all of them to join duty by 4 p.m. Now, in fact, if they do not do so, then the management can take action. That is what the sources tell us, over the Air India Express, fiasco that we are seeing. Now, remember, yesterday, while the MD had written to a letter to all the employees, he had mentioned that a curtailed roster will be prepared. Now, on the basis of that, now it is being told to us by our sources that an ultimatum has now been issued to all of these employees to join the duty today as per the roster by 4 p.m. today. And if they do not do so, then the action can be taken by the management. So this is certainly a very big development that is coming here over this case. Now, remember that town hall meeting also that is scheduled to take place. It will take place today in the evening itself. So there, we'll have to wait and watch as to what kind of discussion will take place, because remember, already we have seen already a lot of dramatic developments that have taken place with the Air India Express first sending termination letters to 30 of its employees who were on a silent protest with their mass sick leave. So, and after that, now an ultimatum being issued. So certainly it remains to be seen as to what discussion will take place in the town hall meeting today, and also, can a common ground be reached? That certainly remains to be a bigger question, because we have heard, from the responses also of the employees, they continue to say that it has always been a one-way communication, even in the town hall meetings as well. And in fact, they had also said that they had written about their grievances to the Air India Limited chairman itself on, in April itself, but no action was taken. So certainly the employees, they continue to say that even after raising their concerns multiple times, no action has been taken by the management. But in the mid of this, the MD writing a letter saying, that the leadership is accessible for discussion and a town hall meeting is going to take place today. But just before the town hall meeting, we are seeing a series of dramatic developments with the Air India Express for sacking 30 of its employees, and now in fact an ultimatum being issued. So certainly the bigger question remains as to will a solution be given in this town hall meeting today, and will the crew that was on the mass sick leave, will they agree to come back? Because it is ultimately the passengers on ground who continue to suffer. This is the day 2 of the Air India Express crisis, and we have seen how today also the 74 flights across India have been cancelled. Remember, yesterday it was more than 90 flights that were cancelled across India of the Air India Express, including both domestic and international. And even day 2, the passengers on the ground, they continue to suffer. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also sought a report over this. So certainly it remains to be seen as to when this crisis can be resolved. Over to you.
Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details you've accessed. As Ishika Verma is reporting, The Air India Express management has issued an ultimatum to its employees to show up to work by 4 p.m. this evening. In fact, the management has said that if they do not join their duty as per their respective rosters, the management is likely to take stern action against them. Nearly a week before the dispute actually began between this section of Air India Express employees and the management, and now it's boiled over. But the Regional Labour Commissioner had written to the airline and told them that the grievances were genuine and that the HR department had made an attempt to mislead the conciliation officer. Now, Air India Express, the management has issued an ultimatum to its employees to join their duties by 4 p.m. this evening. As always, news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. We're taking a quick break for now.
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
I have been casting my vote from the age of 18, and I encourage everyone to cast the vote rightly, judiciously, so that we have democratic excellence in India, leading to the positive outcomes and taking us towards a Sunehra Kal and Amrit Kal, which is the need of the hour.
Let me give you a very interesting piece of information. See, information ho ya data, we store it in our storage drives. And usually we have multiple different options. I mean, external drives bhi hoti hain, we got SSDs, memory cards and whatnot. Now, usually you might have a drive capacity of, let's say, 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte, etc. But aapko pata hai what's the maximum possible capacity right now? I mean, what's the highest capacity hard drive available globally? The answer is, it's from Seagate, and the storage capacity is 30 terabytes. It's just imagine, एक drive hai, a single piece can hold data worth 30 terabytes. अब अगर आपको लग रहा है what about SSDs, so let me give you another shocker, because it's from Nimbus and the Exa drive has a maximum capacity of 100 terabytes. Just imagine 100 TB की स्टोरेज हमारे पास में एक SSD में है. एक टाइम था जब मेमोरी कार्ड्स होते थे of 32 MB, 64 MB. Today we have memory cards going up to 1.5 terabytes. इतने से साइज में. And these kind of drives, वैसे अगर आपके पास में हो तो आप क्या स्टोर कर सकते हो? बेसिकली आई थिंक योर मतलब बचपन से लेके एंड तक जितना डेटा हम जनरेट करें, आई थिंक 100 टेराबाइट से ज़्यादा नहीं होने वाला है. सो वी कैन स्टोर एवरीथिंग इन वन प्लेस विद दीज काइंड ऑफ ड्राइव्स. डिड यू नो दिस? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by dropping in your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Welcome back. The Russian Foreign Ministry has dismissed all allegations made by the United States against India regarding a foiled assassination attempt plot involving pro-Khalistan radical Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. The Russian ministry has said that Washington has not provided enough evidence to implicate Indian involvement in this case. But as you know, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu is identified as a terrorist designated by India, and he possesses citizenship from both America as well as Canada. Back in November, the US Justice Department revealed an indictment against an Indian individual for their suspected role in a thwarted plan to assassinate Pannu. Earlier, the External Affairs Ministry rejected a report in the Washington Post back in April that named a RAW official's involvement in an alleged plot to kill Khalistani terrorist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu in the US. But here's what Maria Zakharova had to say regarding Russia's claim.
As for the speculations, since there is no evidence, they are not acceptable. Regular groundless accusations by the US against New Delhi, and we see that they not only accuse groundlessly New Delhi but also other states in violating religious freedoms. The reason is that they try to unbalance the domestic political situation in India in order to make it harder to have the general parliamentary election, and that is part of the meddling into India's domestic affairs.
Right, news just coming in now from Andhra Pradesh, where we're told around 8 crore rupees have been seized at the Garikapadu checkpost, and this money was found in a pipe-loaded lorry. Uma Sudhir is tracking the latest information for us. She joins us live at the moment. Uma, what details can you share with us currently?
It's very interesting, the kind of volumes of money being seized, and also the manner, very ingenious ways in which this money is being shared. What the information we have is that Chandrasekhar, who is the CI of Jagayapet, has in fact said that there was a special compartment that was inbuilt in the lorry. You would all recall, the Pushpa film, in which ingeniously the contraband in terms of the red sanders is kind of concealed. And in a very similar manner, in Garikapadu is where they have got this vehicle, in which we have found that in the pipes, this currency, all that money has been seized. The context to this is that this was going from Hyderabad to Guntur district, and this was at Garikapadu, it's not a straight road that they have taken, but via a kind of a diversion, which is about, so they are about 98 kilometers away from Guntur when this happened. The context with Guntur is that I have in fact been just traveling yesterday also. I was in Guntur district, and speaking to those leaders, they say Guntur district is probably spending the maximum amount of money in this election, and a very senior leader told me that just in one constituency about 100 crore rupees could be getting spent. And while that might seem quite unbelievable, I must also point out the context. I'm not pointing fingers at any of the candidates here, but yes, the richest candidate in this election was declared his own personal assets at over 5,700 crore rupees. He is also a contestant in this particular election. That area happens to be quite a cash-rich area with whether it's tobacco or chili and so on. So very prosperous area, and the election also equally costly is what I would give as a context to this huge seizure.
As always, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with the latest information you've accessed. As always, we'll keep tracking the latest for you. Taking a quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Air India Express has sacked at least 30 cabin crew and issued an ultimatum to its employees to show up to work by 4 p.m. this evening. This as over 70 flights are impacted. In the Salman Khan firing case, the Punjab and Haryana High Court ordered a second autopsy. The High Court order is after the plea was submitted by the deceased's mother. Sam Pitroda lands the Congress in soup and quits. Sam does it again with his racist remarks, and they have drawn flack across party lines. On Hot Seat, the focus is on the battle for Srinagar. It's a big poll battle between the National Conference and the PDP. The big question is, who will win the battle for Lal Chowk?
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
as citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Anand from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You are watching The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Amid a diplomatic standoff, Maldives Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer arrives in New Delhi on an official visit to India to discuss bilateral ties between the two countries. The US President Joe Biden says the US will not supply Israel with American weapons if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu orders an offensive on the city of Rafah in the southern Gaza Strip. This marks a potentially major turning point in the US collaboration with Israel in its war against Hamas. The British government has expelled the Russian defense attaché because he was an undeclared spy as part of a series of measures against Moscow's intelligence gathering operations in the United Kingdom. India received over $111 billion in remittances in 2022, setting a world record for getting the largest remittances ever recorded, becoming the first country to surpass the $100 billion mark, the United Nations Migration Agency has said. The world just experienced its hottest April on record, extending an 11-month streak in which every month set a temperature record, the European Union's Climate Change Monitoring Service has confirmed. The United States has revoked licenses allowing Huawei Technologies to buy semiconductors from Qualcomm and Intel, further tightening export restrictions against the Chinese telecom equipment maker. Well, our big focus, Maldives Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer has arrived in India on his very first bilateral official visit. The maiden high-level visit since bilateral ties came under strain after President Mohammad Muizzu assumed office 6 months ago in the Maldives. Notably, this will be the first official visit of the foreign minister to India since assuming office. And this visit actually comes as India has said that it will replace its military personnel from Maldives before tomorrow, which is the 10th of May. Our Ministry of External Affairs has said Maldives is India's key maritime neighbour in the Indian Ocean region, and Foreign Minister Zameer's visit is expected to lend further momentum to the bilateral cooperation. In fact, the official press release says discussions were held on a wide range of issues, including development and defence cooperation. Here are the key details for you.
Centuries of bonhomie aside, India is now in the mode to play hardball with its maritime neighbour Maldives. Wooed by China, India has faced immense backlash over its roughly 80 troops stationed in the island nation with a population of just over 5 lakh. India is also staring down at the May 10th deadline to remove all troops from Maldives. But being in India's bad books has its downsides. For one, unlike China, India offers debt relief and aid to many of its smaller partners. In 2024-25, India has set aside rupees 4,883 crores as aid to foreign nations. However, Maldives saw 22% decline in its aid from New Delhi, down from rupees 770 crore in 2023 to rupees 600 crore this year. Furthermore, Maldives owes India roughly rupees 3,000 crore. Interestingly, after almost 6 months of pushing anti-India rhetoric across Maldives, in March this year, Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu said India will continue to remain the island nation's closest ally and urged New Delhi to provide debt relief. Next, Maldives is a popular holiday destination with a tourism-driven economy, and being on India's wrong side definitely hurts tourism. Maldives saw a 42% decline in tourists in the past 6 months, with the travel industry feeling the pinch after facing backlash from India over derogatory comments made against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. While anti-India rhetoric can help win elections, it can do little else. Clearly, the Muizzu administration cannot afford to be in New Delhi's bad books. Now, Maldivian Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer is in Delhi, ready to court India, meeting Indian Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar today. Can the Muizzu government mend the fence with New Delhi? This is the first high-level visit from Malé to India since the Muizzu government came to power and since Maldives' tilt towards China. While most Maldivian presidents made their first foreign visit to India, this has not been the case for Muizzu, who first visited Turkey followed by China. All eyes will be on this meeting between Zameer and Jaishankar to see if Maldives can indeed win back India's favour.
My colleague Mohammed Ghazali is tracking Mr. Zameer's visit. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, take us through the Maldives Foreign Minister's plan of action while he's on this official visit in India.
See, it's a bilateral sort of meeting between Maldivian Foreign Minister, India's Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar. And why this visit is important, because we have seen that how People's National Conference, his party, PNC, Mr. Muizzu's party, won the parliamentary polls there. And before the parliamentary polls, this entire rhetoric of India out was his major poll tank. But now, after winning the parliamentary polls, he had sent his foreign minister to India, and perhaps both the nations need each other. India certainly needs Maldives as a partner in the Indian Ocean region there, while Maldives also need India for humanitarian assistance as well as for bilateral relations, because both India and China were trying to expand its fleet and to expand their influence in Maldives. The Maldivian president, Mr. Muizzu, went to China and also ended up giving many infrastructure projects to China. And also May 10 was the deadline before which he had asked the Indian troops, around 88 Indian personnel are stationed there in Maldives, and they were asked to leave Maldives by May 10. That's the deadline, which is tomorrow. So perhaps during the meeting it will be decided whether that the Maldivian government goes ahead with that plan of asking Indian troops to leave, or perhaps this will be a breakthrough meeting where, after winning parliamentary polls, Mr. Muizzu still thinks that India is a reliable partner in the region and halts this decision or overturns this decision of asking the Indian troops to leave there. Besides that, both countries need each other. We have seen reports of how the tourism industry in Maldives had taken a hit after the parliamentarians issued derogatory comments against India or Indian tourists, and now perhaps this entire visit hints that Maldives is not in a mood to spoil its relations with its neighbor.
As always, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us with that live update. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. To the United States now, where the President, Joe Biden, has warned Israel that the US will stop supplying some weapons if it launches a major ground operation in the Gaza city of Rafah. In fact, during an interview with CNN, Joe Biden said, and I quote, "If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah." Joe Biden, though, added that he would continue to make sure Israel is secure. The Pentagon has confirmed the weapon pause in a move that analysts widely see as a pressure tactic. The US has warned Israel against a full-scale invasion of the town of Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinians are sheltering as we speak. The decision has been characterized as a hinge point in the US-Israel relationship and possibly just the first manifestation, depending on how Israel now acts in Rafah. But despite firm and vocal US opposition, Israel appears set to mount a large-scale invasion of Rafah. Listen to what the US State Department spokesperson had to say.
You look at the fact that there are so many people crowded into such a small area, when you look at the way Israel has conducted its operations in the past and what the impact on the civilian population has been. And we also have concerns about the impact of any potential operation on the delivery of humanitarian assistance. So we have paused one shipment of near-term assistance and we are reviewing others.
Ghazali joins us for an update at the moment as well. Ghazali, the White House's decision to delay this bomb shipment to Israel and also review other weapon deals, it actually marks Washington's most public reproach of Israel's actions in Gaza so far?
Yeah, certainly a big statement coming out from the State Department, and even Joe Biden confirming in one of the interviews that he has halted the shipment of arms to Israel. And why this is relevant, because we have seen this is for the first time that Mr. Biden has come out strongly opposing a full ground invasion of Rafah. Now, the definition of ground invasion may change depending on the country which is supporting Israel. But here, why it is relevant, the most major reason is that throughout the last 6 to 7 months, Mr. Joe Biden has, in private and in public, had tried asking Israel to control its invasion into the Gaza Strip, but that has largely been overlooked. And perhaps this is the first time he has come out sort of rebuking Israel for what it's doing in the last 6 months, in the last 7 months after the war broke out. The second major reason is that US has been trying vehemently to ensure that there is a ceasefire deal which is agreed upon by Hamas and Israel, while Israel has sort of not agreed upon the ceasefire deal which was being negotiated by Egypt, Qatar and US authorities. So this is also one of the pressure tactics by Mr. Biden to ensure that Israel at some point of time agrees for a ceasefire. The third important reason is the presidential elections. Mr. Biden has been rebuked. He is facing a lot of backlash there in the United States. The college protest and also the old-time watchers of US-Israel relations see that perhaps this is the first time that Mr. Biden has come out openly, or any US president has come out openly since 1948, even asking for a kind of arms embargo. It's not an embargo, but certainly halting arms ammunition to Israel when the war is on is a big statement.
As always, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us with that detailed update. Let's turn our attention now to the United Kingdom, where Home Secretary James Cleverly unveiled plans to target and dismantle Russian intelligence gathering operations in what is seen as one of the most significant steps of its kind since the end of the Cold War. Britain cracked down on Russian spies, expelling Moscow's defense attaché, Maxim Elovic, and shutting a secret base known as Putin Palace. Mr. Cleverly said the measures were actually aimed at what he called the reckless and dangerous activities of the Russian government across Europe. He also announced that a series of diplomatic premises suspected of being spy bases will lose their special legal status. But Elovic, who has been in Britain for around a decade now, has actually met Britain's Chief of Defence Staff for talks back in September 2022 to strengthen military-to-military channels of communication with Moscow. The measures are calculated to severely dent the Kremlin's ability to carry out intelligence operations as far as the United Kingdom is concerned. Well, in other news, the United States has revoked licenses allowing Huawei Technologies to buy semiconductors from Qualcomm and Intel, further tightening export restrictions against the Chinese telecom equipment maker. Withdrawal of the licenses affects US sales of chips for use in Huawei phones and laptops. This is as per initial reports, and officials say this move is key to preventing China from developing advanced artificial intelligence. Now, if you go back to 2019, Huawei was actually placed on a US trade restriction list amid fears it could spy on Americans. part of a broader effort to handicap China's ability to bolster its military. Being added to the list meant the company's suppliers actually had to seek a special, difficult-to-obtain license before shipping. Switching tracks, India received over 111 billion US dollars in remittances in 2022, marking a significant milestone as the first country to surpass the 100 billion US dollar threshold, according to the United Nations Migration Agency, the International Organization for Migration. You know, their World Migration Report 2024, that report reveals that India was the top recipient of remittances in 2022, with Mexico, China, the Philippines and France rounding out the top 5. In fact, this report highlights the steady growth of remittances to India over the years. In 2010, India received $53.48 billion in remittances, which grew to $68.91 billion in 2015. That grew in 2020 as well, and ultimately it's $111.22 billion US dollars in 2022. This influx of funds is largely driven by a significant number of migrant workers from Southern Asia. In fact, this report noted that India, Pakistan and Bangladesh are among the top 10 recipients of international remittances, demonstrating the importance of labor migration as far as this region is concerned. The other top story we're tracking, the world just experienced its hottest April on record, extending an 11-month streak in which every month set a temperature record. This is what the European Union's Climate Change Monitoring Service has said. This latest report further highlights that each month since June 2023 has ranked as the planet's hottest on record compared with the corresponding month in previous years. To discuss the key findings and to understand the consequences, we have with us climate change expert Nagaraj Adve, who's also the author of Global Warming in India, Science, Impacts and Politics. Thank you so much, Mr. Adve, for joining us on The World 24/7. This report highlights that worldwide average temperatures were almost 0.7 degrees Celsius higher than the period from 91 to 2020. And Eastern Europe, Eastern Asia and Africa have been hit the hardest, sir?
Yeah, that's right. But that baseline actually already incorporates a very high level of warming. The actual baseline should be pre-industrial. And if you look at pre-industrial, 2023 was 1.45 degrees higher. And currently the 12 months, as you said, is about 1.6 degrees higher, according to the Copernicus data. And we need to understand why this is happening. I mean, there are certain long-term global factors, and the main one is relentless global warming that's taking place because greenhouse gases trap the heat. If you look at it in an interesting way, it traps the heat equal to about 9 Hiroshima bombs, energy of 9 Hiroshima bombs every second. That's almost 1 million bombs in any single day, day after day after day. That's one. Secondly, there's the El Nino, which is the ocean current. And even in past El Ninos, say in 2016 and 1998, it happened that the year following the El Nino, as is the case right now, was exceptionally hot. But the fact is that the current El Nino, which just ended, is not as severe as the previous two super El Ninos I mentioned, which implies that the underlying factor is relentless warming. These are two global. A third factor, which is specific to India, is more, and this is local and regional, is that we had less snow and rainfall in the preceding months, in the winter and in spring. And that what does is that contributes to a higher level of warming in the pre-monsoon and summer period.
Sir, are we looking at a new normal here then? Is it going to get worse? In fact, this report also highlights that oceans have also measured record temperatures in April for the 13th month in a row.
That's right. That's right. And that's because over 90% of the massive heat I mentioned earlier, trapped by greenhouse gases, goes into the oceans, right? And actually, a very large area of the world's oceans are experiencing marine heat waves. And in fact, there's a very interesting study by Professor Roxy of IIT Pune, which says that going forward, if we don't cut our greenhouse gases, the oceans, and particularly the Indian Ocean, is going to be in a permanent state of marine heat waves of about 220 days a year. Now, what that does is that it also impacts marine species. I mean, in that sense, the impacts of excess heat are not just on human beings, but also on other species as well. And that has resulted in a lot of marine species having to move their geographical location. For
Yes.
example, two key species like sardines and mackerel, which used to be found off the Kerala coast, have now moved northward, and they are actually now near the Gujarat coast over the last 30 years.
In fact, sir, you've said that it's sobering that in the not too distant future, 2024 will actually be considered a relatively cool year. That's incredibly worrying, to say the least. But at this point, can it be regulated?
Say that again, can it be regulated?
Yes.
Well, the only way, the only way that it can be regulated if there's a sharp cut in greenhouse gas emissions. Because the latest science suggests, unlike say earlier 10 or 15 years ago, the latest science suggests that if we stop greenhouse gases completely, or if we reach net zero, which is a concept that's talked about so much, right, then actually warming stops increasing. That is not to say that warming will stop entirely. What it means is if we stay at the level where we are, suppose we stop right now, then we'll stop at 1.5 or wherever we are. We are actually at about 1.2, but wherever we are right now, right? But stopping greenhouse gases is a far more complicated problem, as has become very obvious, and that the emissions of greenhouse gases are very deeply linked to, in a sense, the way in which sort of the world economy kind of functions. Clearly, it's a very deep challenge. But what that implies is that going forward is that there is going to be further warming. Also, the rate of warming in recent years has kind of risen to about roughly 0.25 degrees per decade. And what it implies is that we are going to cross this 1.5 degree mark that is mentioned in the Paris Agreement. And this has extremely grave implications, I should point out, for millions of working people in India, because the impacts of excess are extremely unequal and hurt working people the most.
But you know, sir, with the kind of geopolitical tensions we're seeing around the world, war, conflict, many actually question whether people have the time and energy to give the climate the attention it deserves.
Well, I think they have no choice, because slowly what's going to happen as warming continues and extreme events become more and more frequent and intense, which actually has already happened in the last few years, it is inevitable that global warming is going to become right in the front of your radar. I think this is reflected in the current elections. Even though it's part of manifestos and so on of political parties, it actually is not a serious election issue. It's going to become one, there's no doubt. So yes, it's true there are other geopolitical tensions, but it's also already the fact that in many ways, questions of climate change and energy are intersecting with geopolitical tensions to be on the forefront of the discussions at many very serious international fora. There's no doubt, but it's going to deepen going ahead, as warming kind of continues. And I think what's needed, what's missing is the urgency. We really need to address this issue with graver urgency if we're going to sort of slow down the rate of warming.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on The World 24/7 and helping us understand the consequences we face.
Thank you, Madam.
As always, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है. The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज.
Youth की आवाज. They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
36 lakh farmer families affiliated with Amul across 18,600 villages of Gujarat have pledged to vote with their families during these elections. I would also urge you to take this pledge and vote as a part of the democratic process of our country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Air India Express row escalates. Airlines ultimatum to employees. Join work by 4 p.m. is what it has said. 74 Air India Express flights cancelled on day 2. There's an update in the Sesh Khali row. The woman has withdrawn her rape complaint. In fact, this woman has said that local BJP leaders had forced her to sign blank papers. West Bengal Governor to show CCTV footage. The Governor accused of sexual harassment by staffer. The Governor has said that he will show footage to 100 people but not to the cops. CBI's big action at top Delhi hospital. CBI has burst doctor supplier at Nexus at RML Hospital. In fact, 9 people have been arrested, including 2 cardiologists. CBI has said that bribes from suppliers, relatives of patients have been caught. Amid a diplomatic standoff, Maldives Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer has arrived in New Delhi on an official visit to India to discuss bilateral ties between the 2 countries. Russian Foreign Ministry has dismissed all allegations made by the US against India regarding a foiled assassination attempt plot involving a pro-Khalistan radical Gurpratap Singh Pannu. Table tennis player Manika Batra creates history, first ever Indian female paddler to win an Asian Cup medal. Air India Express has sacked at least 30 cabin crew a day after nearly 300 employees of the airline called in sick and switched off their phones, leading to a large-scale flight disruption. Now, this number of job terminations is likely to increase, and the management is likely to hold a town hall meeting with cabin crew members today. A total of 76 flights have been impacted today. This is nearly a week after the dispute between a section of Air India Express employees and the management boiled over. Now, this regional labour commissioner has also written to the airline and told them that their grievances were genuine and that the HR department had made an attempt to mislead the officer. I have my colleague Ishika joining us with more details on this. Ishika, this row seems to be escalating. What are the staff members seeing? Many of them have also been sort of sacked.
Well, Well, yes, certainly, this Air India Express crisis only seemed to escalate more so now that the Air India Express has now issued an ultimatum for all of those employees who were on in fact, a sick leave to return to their duties by 4 p.m. today as per the roster that has been prepared. Now, remember, yesterday itself, the MD in his letter to the employees had written, in fact, that a curtailed roster will be made. So now that the roster has been made, an ultimatum has been issued to all of these employees to join their duties by 4 p.m. today, and if they do not do so, then they can face action. The management can take action is what our sources are telling us that the Air India Express has decided. Now, let me also tell you that today a town hall meeting is also scheduled to take place, which will take place in the evening, where in fact we are expecting that these employees of the Air India Express are once again going to raise their concerns. Remember, they had already in fact raised their concerns to the chairman of the Air India Limited, and there they had said that there is a lack of equality, and also despite clearing the interviews, they were being offered a lower job position, and not just that, they were also saying that their compensation, a part of that was removed as well. So in fact, all of these is what they are going to raise again. Remember that the cabin crew members who in fact are on a silent protest by taking this sick leave, they had said that only when their issues are resolved will they come back, will they return back to the duties. Now certainly because of that there is in fact a lot of impact on the operations. In fact, today if we talk about 74 Air India Express flights across India, that includes the domestic and the international flights, have been cancelled. This is the day 2. Yesterday also we did see how 90 plus flights were impacted because of this, and the passengers on the ground, in fact they took to social media to say in fact that they are on the suffering end. No communication was done to them, and in fact even though the airline says that they are going to issue refund to most of them, that has still not been done. So certainly it is the passengers
the staff
who are
members,
at the
this
suffering
Labour
end,
Commissioner's
but we'll have to
letter
wait and watch
seems to
because
be
this
so the Labour Commissioner's letter seems to also actually boost, some sort of the strengths of the staffers here, because the Labour Commissioner has clearly said that their complaints seem to be genuine. Does that mean that there could be a solution in sight? Because you're also reporting that there is a town hall meeting scheduled in the later part of today.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, we did see that the Regional Labour Commissioner, in fact, came in support of these employees. And in fact, in his letter, he did say, that there was mismanagement and blatant violation of the labour laws that were apparent. And also the concerns of these employees, that is genuine. And, a high-level committee should be formed to resolve their grievances. But yet, we did see how today the Air India Express has sacked, 30 of its employees. But what our sources are also telling us that it is likely that today the Labour Commissioner, Regional Labour Commissioner, is also going to call for a meeting with these employees, and in fact the Air India Express management. That is what we are getting to know from our sources, that
Right.
it is likely that a meeting will be held by the Labour Commissioner over this issue. Over to
Right,
you.
thank you Shika for joining us with those details. Top Airline has sacked 30 of its crew members. This is day 2 of disruptions. My colleague Harsha also has more details on this Air India Express crisis. Let's listen to her.
Here at the Jaipur airport, for example, this morning a 769 has been cancelled, which is going to Delhi from Jaipur. Also the flight to Dubai has been cancelled. Now I have a passenger with me who's come from Mumbai. Aapka naam bataiye?
My name is MD Azam.
Mr. Azam, what are the problems you're facing? Have you suddenly come to know? Show us your boarding pass. Where were you going?
Too much problem, ma'am. Too much problem. It's too much because in India, person want to know travel in domestic. It's an emergency, important for to fly. Then he take the flight. Then he take the airlines. Otherwise he go to by train, like bus.
You
taxi.
come from Mumbai and you were going to Delhi.
Yeah. But
And then
here too much waiting.
Your flight has got cancelled?
I got 1 a.m. Early morning email. A flight has been cancelled due to operational reason.
If you can quickly show us your boarding pass. Okay, so that's your boarding pass and it's IX769 which has been cancelled. What are they saying they will do now?
He told me like I will provide another flight, another seat, like that.
But it's inconveniencing passengers.
Maybe.
Okay. So yes, you can see that passengers are being inconvenienced. Now they have promised him another flight, but at the Air India counter there's a very clear sign. So the Delhi, Jaipur, Delhi, Goa flight has been cancelled. But if you can see at the sign there, it's very clear that the Dubai flight is going to be cancelled from 9th May onwards. So there is no clarity on when it will resume. Of course, the Dubai passengers have all sort of have gone back home, the ones who were from here. They could not take off in the morning. And you can see here, in that departures, which is written there, the Dubai flight is written quite clearly, cancelled, and departures, you can see the board there where the Delhi, Jaipur Delhi was cancelled without too much prior notice. So I think that's what is really causing inconvenience. Two-tier cities like Jaipur depend a lot, in fact, on the Air India Express, and the passengers here are being inconvenienced till this problem will be resolved. Air India personnel not really speaking too much to us here on camera. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
At the moment, we can confirm cancellation of 4 flights across Tamil Nadu. 2 from Chennai, the Chennai-Kolkata flight, the Chennai-Mumbai flight, Chennai-Singapore, and also a flight from Trichy to Singapore. And for passengers who are booked to depart from Chennai, they are fortunate to have the choice of other airlines. Chennai is in that sense well connected. But the worry for them would be last-minute bookings in other airlines, and that could be expensive. But the real impact could be felt in the smaller cities like Trichy, Madurai and Coimbatore, where they have very limited international air connectivity, and that's where the impact will be clearer in the course of the day when it becomes clear in terms of totally how many flights got cancelled, because there it may completely disrupt the travel plans of passengers. It's summer vacation time. It could be expensive to rebook. It could also be difficult of bookings in those smaller cities. But in terms of the developments within the organization, the employees here are not able to divulge much. But certainly it has affected the people. It has come as a huge embarrassment for the Air India Express, which says it has given sufficient advance information to passengers, allowing them to either cancel bookings or reschedule or look for other airline possibilities.
Moving on to the Sesh Khali row, a woman has withdrawn rape complaint against the police that she had filed. Now this woman has revoked the rape complaint against TMC men. Remember, Sesh Khali in North 24 Parganas was at the center of this controversy in Bengal. Several women had come out and protested against the atrocities of TMC leaders, including Sheikh Shah Jahan, accusing him and his aides of not just land grab but also sexual abuse and rapes. But this woman has come forward and said that she has alleged that local BJP leaders had forced her to sign blank papers. Remember, this matter is also very political, with TMC and BJP fighting over this. In fact, BJP has fielded a rape accused, in fact, a Sesh Khali victim as one of its candidates in Basirhat, which is where Sesh Khali is. This woman has now said that BJP leaders forced her to file a rape complaint, and TMC leaders have been saying that the matters in Sesh Khali have been inflated by the BJP and used for political gains. But remember, several women have been complaining about Sesh Khali, about the rapes and land grab that have happened in Sesh Khali for years. I have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us on the phone line. Saurabh, again, Sesh Khali has become a flashpoint between the BJP and the TMC. And of course, North 24 Parganas is all set to vote in the next few days. Now, this woman coming forward and saying that, she was forced to file this complaint, sign on some blank papers. How is the BJP looking at this, and has the TMC given a reaction to this?
Yes, the TMC has hit out very strongly at the BJP, and Sesh Khali allegations earlier, the BJP was on the back foot, and the Trinamool was defending, the allegations that the BJP was making. But now, if you look at it politically, the Trinamool is actually attacking the BJP on what it calls false cases. Now, why is the Trinamool saying this? Well, there have been certain videos that have emerged One is, of course, a sting operation, which the BJP has said is a manipulated video. And that sting operation shows a local level BJP leader making certain sensational claims, including saying, how this entire Sesh Khali was planned. But that is something that the BJP has denied, saying it's fake. Gangadhar Koyal, the man in question in that sting operation, has gone to the CBI and lodged a complaint with the CBI as well. But after that, there have been other videos that have now emerged, which shows women claiming that they were made to sign on a blank paper, and that they had no idea that they were signing on a blank paper, which was later presumably used to file rape complaints. And when the police called them to testify or follow up on that, it was then that they realized that there were rape complaints filed, so they wanted to withdraw these complaints. These are statements that have now gone viral online again, videos that have emerged of women making these statements. And in the backdrop of this, it seems now that the BJP, of course, is also facing questions from the Trinamool over Sesh Khali and the allegations that initially emerged from Sesh Khali, including allegations of sexual harassment, etc. So obviously, this is a major political showdown between the BJP and the Trinamool. Sesh Khali continues to remain an electoral issue, but earlier, while the BJP seems to be attacking the Trinamool on Sesh Khali, now it seems the tables have turned and the Trinamool is attacking the BJP, saying this was a conspiracy to malign Bengal and false cases were registered.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us with those details. We also have Shatrupa, who's a BJP spokesperson. Ma'am, how do you see this one female complainant coming forward and saying that she was forced to sign papers? But let me also tell you that, it's difficult to believe that 100 women could have been sort of forced to sign papers. This seems to be, yet another flashpoint between the BJP and the TMC.
Thank you, NDTV. I really can't thank you enough for understanding the plight of so many hundreds of women who have come out and complained about 3 men who have been regularly harassing them sexually, emotionally, physically. So all I can say here is that we are astounded that here is one party who is ruling West Bengal. They're going out of their way to try and justify or even defend Shah Jahan and his tools against so many women. And the constantly saying that this is BJP's narrative, BJP has done this. Let me tell you, at the very beginning, we had really no idea. Our leaders couldn't even get inside. All I can say is, if you remember the first incident, what happened after some 3-4 days, I think 2 days or 3 days, after Shah Jahan was absconding, after the ED incident happened on the 5th of January, it is these women, hundreds of women who got together and on a spontaneous revolution, if I may call it a revolution, they beat up the men and threw them out. Right. As we saw on television, how the men ran like rats. They tried to get hold of anything that they could, jump into the river.
Right.
So
but
that is
how is the BJP, sort of looking at reacting to this? Because one woman has come forward and said that, she was forced to sign papers. Other women may also feel the need. Do you think that there is some pressure on them? How is the party looking at this?
See, we are saying that we feel that this is entirely a conspiracy by Trinamool to divert the attention of the West Bengal electorate away from the crimes that they have committed against women, the high level of corruption that is going on here. And I think many of the women, I would not like to underestimate any woman's reaction. They are definitely, whoever is coming out and talking against her own verdict, is possibly under some kind of pressure. It is very difficult for us city dwellers to even try and comprehend what these people go through daily. Women and men, human beings, citizens of West Bengal who do not comply with the party line of Trinamool are denied basic water and food and vaccination. So it is a daily struggle for them. I can't blame anybody.
Thank you, Shatrupaji, for joining us. So the BJP here claiming that there's a conspiracy by the TMC here. There's a fresh development in the Sesh Khali case. A woman has come forward and said that she was forced to sign blank papers, and she has accused the BJP of this. Remember, several women in Sesh Khali had come out to protest against the atrocities, the said atrocities of Sheikh Shah Jahan and several other TMC leaders. Of course, Mr. Shah Jahan is in the custody of the CBI. Moving on to another story from West Bengal. The West Bengal Governor will release CCTV footage and will show it to people while withholding it from Kolkata police, even as cops have formed a special team to investigate the sexual harassment allegations that the governor is facing. Now, in a statement posted on social media platform X, the governor, Anand, has announced a program in the backdrop what he calls mischievous and fabricated allegations by the police. Earlier, the governor had banned the entry of Kolkata police to the Raj Bhavan premises for investigating the sexual harassment complaint against him. This is Governor Dr. C.V. Anand Bose. This complaint was filed by a lady staffer of the Raj Bhavan at the Kolkata police station. In fact, the governor has invited 100 people to see the footage at the Raj Bhavan today, but he has clearly said that he will not show the visuals to Kolkata police or to the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, who has also lashed out against him.
So the allegations of the woman who against the governor of West Bengal, those allegations of that woman, she has deposed 164, etc., whatever has to be done, which according to the law of the land. Now, unfortunately, when she is saying that there has been harassment on her by the governor first denied, he escaped.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
I pledge to vote
and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
Whenever you use Gmail and you're trying to compose a new email, friends, you all know that section जहाँ पे हम email को compose कर रहे होते हैं, वो बहुत छोटा सा होता है.
Ranking mechanism which is fine-tuned for India, because we have that we need to serve. But on the other hand, we are not running away from one international ranking QS, which is giving us a lot of good pointers, and we will try to aspire to keep on building on it, and I'm sure this year we will grow. But perception 45 marks, which is out of syllabus for me, I have to really work on it, and we are working.
At the IIT Madras with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find the TV.
That's quite an achievement by IIT Madras. Moving on, let's look at some groundbreaking innovation that's changing the way healthcare is accessed in India, particularly in the realm of non-communicable diseases. Here's a report by Ambika Singh.
India, grappling with the escalating burden of non-communicable diseases, faces a huge shortage of cardiologists. With only 5,500 specialists for 1.4 billion people, the need for innovative solutions becomes even more pressing. The hope here is for technology to bridge the gap. This is a digital stethoscope, a marvel of innovation combining artificial intelligence and machine learning. Developed in 2019, this device records and analyzes heart sounds, democratizing access to cardiac health assessment.
So AI Steth is an AI-enabled stethoscope. It has got three key components: device, data and intelligence. The device collects 30 seconds of heart sounds and streams it via Bluetooth to a smartphone for visualization. Once the 30 seconds heart sound get uploaded to the cloud, our AI engine studies the heart sound signature pattern and identifies the presence or absence of murmur. Traditionally, doctors have been using stethoscope for decades together, but the diagnosis was just based on the acoustic output. And as you know, Indian OPDs are quite noisy, and some of these abnormal heart or lung sounds might be missed in the hustle bustle of the OPDs. So we bring in a fundamental shift in technology where we add visualization, and there is a phonocardiogram which gets generated at the end of 30 seconds. So what you might miss seeing, some of the nuanced heart sounds, won't get missed in the visualization.
Partnering with Path, AI Step has already made significant strides in rural Maharashtra, screening over 35,000 individuals for valvular heart disorders. Dr. Apurva Akre from Path shares insights on its impact.
AI Step was one of such innovative devices which is currently being deployed in 19 healthcare centers in Satara district. With minimal training, this device is currently being used in primary healthcare centers, Arogya Health Mandirs, school health checkups, as well as during some home visits. Detecting a murmur or detecting a abnormal heart sound, which is a highly skilled procedure commonly done by cardiologists, is currently being done by our frontline health workers like GNM, ANM staff, and even some ASHA workers. We were able to detect many cases for abnormal heart sounds, abnormal heart conditions, which were referred to higher centers and currently under treatment.
Deployed across medical institutions in Karnataka and Maharashtra, AI Step has garnered global recognition showcasing its potential at esteemed platforms like the World Health Assembly and G20 events. As we celebrate National Technology on May 11, let's salute the ingenuity driving healthcare accessibility one heartbeat at a time.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
I have been casting my vote from the age of 18, and I encourage everyone to cast the vote rightly, judiciously, so that we have democratic excellence in India, leading to the positive outcomes and taking us towards a Sunehra Kal and Amrit Kal, which is the need of the hour.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters, and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saccharine tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
Welcome back. The CBI has arrested 9 persons, including 2 heart surgeons of Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, on various charges, including collecting money from medical equipment suppliers, taking bribes from patients in lieu of fixing appointments with doctors, and making fake medical certificates. Now, these arrested persons also include 4 employees of the hospital, including a nurse. 2 of them are accused of demanding rupees 20,000 from a man after threatening to stop treatment being given to his pregnant wife. This is what the CBI FIR states. I have my colleague Mukesh joining us with more details on this. Mukesh, similar action I remember was taken against these accusations of bribery in Safdarjung Hospital last year, and now this is being followed up with more action in RML today. Tell us what is the update and who are these persons, and what kind of complaints has the CBI received?
देखिए, बिल्कुल सीबीआई को जानकारी मिली थी कि आरएमएल अस्पताल के अंदर जो डॉक्टर्स हैं और जो वहाँ का स्टाफ है वो बड़े पैमाने पर करप्शन में इन्वॉल्व है, और ये जो मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट सप्लाई करने वाली कंपनियां हैं उनके लोगों से ये पैसे ले रहे हैं, और साथ में जो गरीब मरीज हैं उनके इलाज के नाम पर पैसे लिए जा रहे हैं, मेडिकल रेस्ट सर्टिफिकेट बनाने के नाम पर पैसे लिए जा रहे हैं। तो सीबीआई ने करीब काफी लंबी इसमें जांच की, और जांच के बाद कल जो है 9 लोग अरेस्ट किए हैं, जिसमें कार्डियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट के असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर पार्थ गौड़ा हैं, और एक प्रोफेसर है कार्डियोलॉजी के जिनका नाम अजय कुमार है, उन्हें अरेस्ट किया गया है। कई नर्सेस हैं, कई स्टोर कीपर हैं, टेक्नीशियन हैं, इनको अरेस्ट किया गया है। इसके अलावा कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो उन कंपनियों के सीईओ या डायरेक्टर हैं जो कंपनियां मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट सप्लाई करती हैं। सीबीआई के मुताबिक ये लोग लगातार जो मेडिकल कंपनियां हैं, जो मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट कंपनियां हैं, उनके लोगों से यूपीआई या फिर कैश के जरिए लगातार जो है रिश्वत ले रहे थे, ब्राइब ले रहे थे, और गरीब मरीजों के इलाज के लिए उनको भर्ती कराने के नाम पर उससे पैसे हट रहे थे। इसके साथ में जो मेडिकल रेस्ट सर्टिफिकेट होता है वो बनवाने के नाम पर पैसे ले रहे थे। तो कुल 9 लोग इसमें अरेस्ट किए गए हैं, और सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है कि आखिर इसमें कितने और लोग शामिल हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक की जांच में इस बात सामने आई है कि इसमें कुछ और लोग भी इन्वॉल्व हैं, तो उनको लेकर अभी जांच चल रही है। सीबीआई के मुताबिक इस पूरे मामले में जो अब तक जांच हुई है उस हिसाब से ये बात सामने आई है कि ये जो पूरा सिंडिकेट है ये अलग अलग ग्रुप्स में बटा हुआ था। एक ग्रुप ऐसा था तो जो केवल गरीबों से उनके इलाज के लिए पैसे हटता था, दूसरा ग्रुप ऐसा था जो मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट बनाने वाली कंपनियों के लोगों से पैसे हट रहा था, एक ग्रुप ऐसा था जो कि मेडिकल रेस्ट सर्टिफिकेट बनाने के नाम पर पैसे हट रहा था। तो 3-4 सिंडिकेट जो है ये पूरा काम कर रहे थे, और इसमें आरएमएल के डॉक्टर्स, टेक्नीशियन, स्टोर कीपर और नर्सेस सभी शामिल हैं। तो कुल 9 लोग अरेस्ट हुए हैं। हालांकि जो केस दर्ज हुआ है उसमें टोटल 16 आरोपी हैं, तो बाकी के जो आरोपी हैं वो भी गिरफ्तार किए जाएंगे। लेकिन निश्चित तौर पर एक सरकारी, वो भी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का हॉस्पिटल है, उसके अंदर एक बड़ा नेक्सस चल रहा था, और उसके जरिए अलग अलग कामों के लिए ये लोग लगातार जो है ब्राइब ले रहे थे। और जो डॉक्टर पार्थ गौड़ा हैं उन्होंने 2.5 लाख रुपए यूपीआई के जरिए ब्राइब ली थी, और उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ में अजय कुमार नाम के जो प्रोफेसर हैं कार्डियोलॉजी में, उनको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
थैंक यू मुकेश, हमसे बात करने के लिए। CBI action at top Delhi hospital, RML Hospital in question here. In fact, it has brought out the nexus between doctors and medical equipment suppliers. Moving on to a poll-bound state of Andhra Pradesh, around 8 crore has been seized at the Garikapadu checkpost. In fact, this money has been found in a pipe-loaded lorry. That's what sources have told NDTV. According to the information available to NDTV, 8 crores and 40 lakhs have been seized by police at the Garikapadu checkpost. Last night, this money was kept in a pipe-loaded lorry. 2 persons have been arrested. Chandrasekhar CI of Jagiapet has said that a special compartment inbuilt in the lorry, as seen in movies like Pushpa, to divert attention of the police, and this money was actually coming from Hyderabad to Guntur. In fact, he has also said that this money will be handed over to the district scrutiny teams, and further action will be taken by EC officials and the flying squad teams. Moving on to West Bengal, the Sesh Khali row has intensified now. A woman has withdrawn her rape complaint. In fact, she has said that she has revoked the rape complaint against TMC, saying that local BJP leaders, claiming that local BJP leaders had forced her to sign blank papers. And she has now said that BJP leaders had forced her to file this rape complaint. But of course, remember that several women had come out and protested against the atrocities of TMC leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, who's now in the custody of the CBI. This matter had become a political flashpoint between the BJP and the TMC, and also pointed out to problems of law and order and administration with the state government in West Bengal.
So you see, these people have excelled. First of all, you concoct, fabricate, orchestrate lies of sexual atrocities on women. That was used politically. They were given 500,000, 2,000, etc. They didn't know on what paper they were signing till, in retrospective, they have come to know this. And then yesterday in a Bakura meeting, Trinamool Congress women were having a meeting, and probably they did some sloganeering, like BJP also sometimes does it when Mamata Bandyopadhyay's convoy is going. So, or something, they attempt. But here he kind of retorted back and used that, very unparliamentary language, a language against women. So this is the culture of BJP in which we wanted to escalate.
Hundreds of women who have come out and complained about 3 men who have been regularly harassing them sexually, emotionally, physically. So all I can say here is that we are astounded that here is one party who is ruling West Bengal. They're going out of their way to try and justify or even defend Shah Jahan and his tools against so many women. And the constantly saying that this is BJP's narrative, BJP has done this. Let me tell you, at the very beginning, we had really no idea. Our leaders couldn't even get inside. All I can say is, if you remember the first incident, what happened, after some 3-4 days, I think 2 days or 3 days, after Shah Jahan was absconding, after the ED incident happened on the 5th of January, it is these women, hundreds of women who got together and on a spontaneous revolution, if I may call it a revolution, they beat up the men and threw them out. Right. As we saw on television, how the men ran like rats. They tried to get hold of anything that they could, jump into the river.
Moving on, sacked for immaturity, Mayawati's nephew has reacted now. Akash Anand has said that he has deepest respect for the BSP Supremo Mayawati. Akash Anand has said that he humbly accepts the BSP chief's decision. Mayawati, in fact, had sacked her nephew as her heir and also national coordinator of the BSP 6 months after she announced her decision. And she had said that he's not politically mature enough to handle such responsibilities. In fact, his father has been assigned these responsibilities again. Akash Anand was dropped from the party post just 2 days ago by Mayawati. Moving on, Maldives Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer has arrived in India on his very first bilateral official visit. Now, this maiden high-level visit since bilateral ties of India and Maldives came under strain after President Mohammad Moosa assumed office 6 months ago. This visit comes at a time when tensions are high between Maldives and India as the tourism row ensued. Here's a report.
Centuries of bonhomie aside, India is now in the mood to play hardball with its maritime neighbour Maldives. Wooed by China, India has faced immense backlash over its roughly 80 troops stationed in the island nation with a population of just over 5 lakh. India is also staring down at the May 10th deadline to remove all troops from Maldives. But being in India's bad books has its downsides. For one, unlike China, India offers debt relief and aid to many of its smaller partners. In 2024-25, India has set aside Rs 4,883 crores as aid to foreign nations. However, Maldives saw 22% decline in its aid from New Delhi, down from rupees 770 crore in 2023 to rupees 600 crore this year. Furthermore, Maldives owes India roughly rupees 3,000 crore. Interestingly, after almost 6 months of pushing anti-India rhetoric across Maldives, in March this year, Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu said India will continue to remain the island nation's closest ally and urged New Delhi to provide debt relief. Next, Maldives is a popular holiday destination with a tourism-driven economy, and being on India's wrong side definitely hurts tourism. Maldives saw 42% decline in tourists in the past 6 months, with the travel industry feeling the pinch after facing backlash from India over derogatory comments made against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. While anti-India rhetoric can help win elections, it can do little else. Clearly, the Muizzu administration cannot afford to be in New Delhi's bad books. Now, Maldivian Foreign Minister Moosa Zameer is in Delhi, ready to court India, meeting Indian Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar today. Can the Muizzu government mend the fence with New Delhi?
My colleague Uma Sudhir is in conversation with Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. Let's listen in.
While most Maldivian...
ये सब सारे फेल्यूस है तो उनके कैंपेनिंग के लिए कोई नारा नहीं है तो इसीलिए यस मेकिंग एलिगेशंस अगेंस्ट राहुल गांधी एंड रेवंत रेड्डी आई एम हैप्पी फॉर दैट इंडियन प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज कोटिंग माय नेम टाइम एंड अगेन सो ही हैज़ रिकग्नाइज्ड मी एंड थैंक्स टू मिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्योंकि 100 दिन में वो कितना आरोप लगा रहे मुझे समझ में नहीं आया उनके यहाँ पर कोई लिख के दिया हुआ है वही भाषण अगर बात किए तो इससे पहले मोदी जी आने से पहले केसीआर और केटीआर सेम भाषण दे रहे थे इसका मतलब भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ के नेता लोग वो जिराक्स कापी ले जाके मोदी जी को दिए तो एज इट इज स्टेटमेंट्स मोदी जी दे रहा है उनके लिए और प्राइम मिनिस्टर के लिए ये ठीक नहीं है उनका लेवल का बात नहीं है ये और राहुल गांधी खासकर राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ कोई भी करप्शन चार्जेस किए तो इस देश मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है अगर रेवंत के खिलाफ के और किसी के खिलाफ किए तो बात अलग है मगर वो सीधा सीधा आरोप लगा रहे राहुल जी के खिलाफ तो क्यों मानेंगे 70 ईयर्स इनके परिवार तो देश को प्रधानमंत्री अलग अलग जब पोजीशन में थे खुद का घर नहीं है
आप कह रहे हैं कि एक तरह से पॉलिटिक्स तो बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है और उनका कहना है कि आप पैसा बटोर रहे हैं और दिल्ली भेज रहे हैं उसके लिए इलेक्शन के लिए यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से ले रहे हैं बाकी जो भी उद्योगपति आपके पास आते हैं आप उनसे पैसे बटोर रहे हैं
तो मैं एक सवाल करूं अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स कुछ कम 8,000 करोड़ रुपए मिल चुका है वो किसने दिया हुआ है यही कॉर्पोरेट कंपनीज ने दिया हुआ है ना हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को कोई ना कोई कंपनी वाले चुनाव के लिए कुछ चंदा देते दैट इज़ कॉल्ड फंड्स दैट इज़ नॉट करप्शन दैट इज़ नॉट एनी अदर थिंग्स अगर ये बात अगर चर्चा पे लेना है तो 1,500 करोड़ TRS हैज़ गॉट इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैज़ गॉट ऑलमोस्ट 8,000 करोड़ इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स तो पूरा इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स के बारे में अब लोकसभा शुरू होते ही बहस लगा दो हम चर्चा करेंगे नहीं तो सीधा सीधा हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है इस देश में कोई पार्टी का अध्यक्ष ना जागीरदार ना जमींदार नहीं है या नहीं है तो कॉरपोरेट कंपनी का CEO भी नहीं है पार्टी का अध्यक्ष है हर राजनीति हर नेता जब चुनाव लड़ना है तो किसी से मदद मांगकर चुनाव लड़ रहा है ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए लिमिट नहीं है तो इसीलिए अगर बहस करना है तो हम लोग तैयार हैं अभी लोकसभा शुरू करो और इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स के बारे में हम चर्चा करेंगे कौन सी कॉर्पोरेट कंपनी वाले जिसको क्विड प्रो को में क्या मिला है हम पूरा डिटेल देंगे वो लिकर स्कैम में जो केजरीवाल को 100 करोड़ रुपए कैश दिया बोल के जिसके ऊपर आरोप है वो लोग कितने हंड्रेड्स ऑफ करोड़ इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिया हुआ है सबसे सारे बहस करेंगे लोकसभा में
I'm glad that you're actually not denying that money is involved in politics and that you do need funds coming from somewhere. You also in your meetings are targeting Mr. Modi directly and saying that emi icharu gaadida gudda icharu ani and guddu icharu ani means you're saying a donkey egg is being given. Is this for popular perception one that you're saying this? Of course it is having a resonance with the people and you are very good at it. But say leaders like Mr. KTR say that ये सब बोल रहे हैं लेकिन दूसरी तरफ बड़े भाई भी कह रहे हैं और चुनाव के बाद वो जाके मिल जाएंगे भाजपा के साथ।
अभी KTR को हम लोग इतना सीरियस नहीं लेते क्योंकि इज़ ए पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन, वो और परिवार के फादर के नाम पे मंत्री बना हुआ है, तो उनको कभी फुर्सत मिले तो 10-15 मिनट आधा घंटा के लिए प्रेस मीट लगा के कुछ 2-4 प्रेस स्टेटमेंट देकर जाके फिर वापस जाने वाले हैं। उनको तो तेलंगाना जनता और हम लोग इतना सीरियस नहीं लेते। अब रहा दूसरी बात, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने धोखा दिया हुआ है तेलंगाना के साथ, क्योंकि 2014 स्टेट रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक्ट में खम्मम डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में बయ్యారం स्टील फैक्ट्री के लिए हम लोग एक्ट करवा दिए, वरंगल में रेलवे कोच फैक्ट्री का, रंगारेड्डी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ITR कॉरिडोर का, IIM इन मेदक डिस्ट्रिक्ट, IIT इन नलगोंडा डिस्ट्रिक्ट, पालमूरू रंगारेड्डी एत्तिपोतला नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट, इतने सारे हम एक्ट किए। मगर मोदी जी 10 साल में हम लोगों को ये देने के लिए मना किए। और मेट्रो रेल पूछा था मैं, कुछ नहीं दिए। मूसी रिवर डेवलपमेंट फ्रंट के लिए हम फंड्स पूछे थे, कुछ नहीं दिया हुआ है। तो ये सब सारे कुछ नहीं दिया हुआ है, इसीलिए मैंने कहा गाड़ द गुड्डू दिया मोदी जी ने।
वैसे कहा जाता है कांग्रेस में कि उसके लिए कोई ऑपोजिशन नहीं चाहिए उनको डिफीट करने के लिए, कांग्रेस खुद ही कांग्रेस का एनिमी है। सैम पिट्रोडा जी का जो कमेंट था, क्या वो आप समझते हैं कि साउथ इंडिया के लिए एक इंसल्ट ही था, जिस तरह का एक रेशियल प्रोफाइलिंग कहा जाना चाहिए?
नहीं वो मैं ज़्यादा सैम पिट्रोडा को जानता हूँ नहीं, एक बार मिला है, वो रहता है अमेरिका में क्या कहा मुझे भी पता नहीं है। वो ऐसा भी कांग्रेस से रिज़ाइन कर चुका है। जो कांग्रेस को रिज़ाइन करके बाहर गए सो नेता के बारे में मैं क्या कह सकता हूँ। कोई भी किसी जनता के खिलाफ कुछ बयान देना, इंसल्ट करना मना है। इससे काम करने से कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पॉलिटिकल गेन के लिए ऐसा कुछ कहा, मुझे पता नहीं।
कांग्रेस डिफीटिंग कांग्रेस इज समथिंग दैट ऑलवेज स्पोकन अबाउट। यहाँ पे क्या आप कितने सीट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं? आपका जो आप हर सीट को अपना सीट मान के चुनाव का जो प्रचार है वो कर रहे हैं, एंड इन मेनी वेज your prestige is linked to the campaigning that you're doing across Telangana. What number of seats are you expecting? And if the number is less than 8 or a 9, the knives may be out for you in your own party?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है, क्योंकि my target is 14. Definitely I'm going to get double digit. And second thing, last time हम लोग को 3 सीट थे, तो इस बार हम जितना भी बढ़ा है हमारे सीट बढ़ते जा रहा है, तो इसीलिए डबल डिजिट सीट हम जीतने वाले हैं। यहाँ के हम लोग सब मिलकर मेहनत कर रहे हैं। मैं अकेला थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ, मेरा डिप्टी CM या इरिगेशन मिनिस्टर या RML मिनिस्टर, सब नेता लोग लगा हुआ है मैदान में। हर पार्लियामेंट के लिए एक मिनिस्टर इंचार्ज है, तो सब मिनिस्टर्स उनके क्षेत्र में काम 24/7 काम में लग गए। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करने वाले तेलंगाना में।
आप एकमात्र एक स्टार कैंपेनर ऑलमोस्ट इन अक्रॉस तेलंगाना आप हैं। बाहर के जो भी नेता अगर हम नहीं काउंट करें तो आप पर दिल्ली पुलिस ने ये इल्ज़ाम लगाया कि आप फेक वीडियो बनाने में या उसको प्रोपेगेट करने में आपकी भूमिका है, और जो मुद्दा था वो रिजर्वेशन का था।
उमा जी, वो चार्ज मैं सीधा कर चुका हूँ प्राइम मिनिस्टर के खिलाफ, गृह मंत्री के खिलाफ। मैं किसी का वीडियो सहारा लेने का क्या ज़रूरत है। मैं खुद बयान दे रहा हूँ हर जलसा में कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस बार 400 सीट मिले तो संविधान को बदलने वाले हैं, SC, ST, BC एंड माइनॉरिटी रिजर्वेशंस को ख़त्म करने वाले हैं। मैं सीधा आरोप लगा रहा हूँ, आपके माध्यम से भी मैं यही आरोप लगा रहा हूँ। इसका मैं कुछ एविडेंसेस दिखाए, एविडेंसेस के बारे में भारतीय जनता पार्टी रिएक्ट नहीं हो रहा है कि 1881 ब्रिटिशर से लेकर हर 10 साल को जनता गिनने का काम शुरू किए। आज़ादी मिलने के बाद भी 70 साल ये काम हो चुका है, मगर 2021 में क्यों नरेंद्र मोदी जी जनता आबादी गिनने का छोड़ दिए? दिस इज़ पॉइंट नंबर 1। पॉइंट नंबर 2, 2000 अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट करने के लिए जस्टिस वेंकटाचलय कमीशन डाला था, वो कमीशन के रिपोर्ट कहाँ पर है? तीसरी बात, 2015 अनंत कुमार हेगड़े यूनियन कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर हैज़ मेड ए स्टेटमेंट, वो लोग संविधान को बदलने वाले हैं। 2019 सुमित्रा महाजन लोकसभा स्पीकर थी, रिजर्वेशन रद्द करने के लिए बात किए थे.
But the BJP has denied it. You have been saying this in every meeting.
All these leaders, sir, made their statements. Recent 4-5 days back, Mr. Dushyant Kumar Gautam, he has made it clear, yes, we are coming back and we wanted to change constitution. तो साफ एक तरफ से वो लोग कह रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ अगर कोई कार्रवाई शुरू की है तो मोदी जी, अमित भाई ने, हम लोग इनके बात को हम यकीन कर सकते. जो बयान देने वाले देते जा रहे, आप वो उल्टा बोल रहे, अब हमारे ऊपर इल्ज़ाम लगा रहे. आपके खुद के पार्टी में क्या हो रहा है पहले वो कंट्रोल करो.
So you will appear before the Delhi police after the election process is over. Your lawyers have conveyed that you will be coming there.
Yes, definitely I will follow legal procedure. अगर जाना है तो जाएंगे, नहीं जाना है तो कोर्ट से जवाब देंगे. मगर डराने से धमकाने से यहाँ पर डरने वाले कोई नहीं है. 10 साल केसीआर यही कोशिश किए. फाइनली he has lost his chair. अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई हो गया. अभी दिल्ली पुलिस को इस्तेमाल करने में लग गए. वहाँ पर कंप्लेनेंट MHA. आई एम आस्किंग यू उमा जी, MHA, what way MHA is concerned about this political statement? Why they have made a complaint against Revanth Reddy? अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी सेम स्टेटमेंट को अगर कंप्लेंट करना है तो उनका हक है. यहाँ पर कर चुके हैं, यहाँ पर FIR हो चुका है. तेलंगाना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेता लोग कंप्लेंट किए साइबर क्राइम में, FIR भी हो चुके. उसके रिलेशन में सिलसिले में कुछ लोगों को भी अरेस्ट भी किए. उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस स्टेशन में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स ने कंप्लेंट कर चुके हैं. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स का क्या लेन देन है ये चुनाव के समय?
It's an attempt to stop you from campaigning?
Yeah, definitely. This is they're trying to stop my campaigning. तो मैं ये बात साफ कह रहा हूँ, ये उन लोगों के लिए कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं है. ऐसे कोशिश करने से और देश के लोग, यहाँ के जनता, तेलंगाना के जनता खासकर, अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्या कोशिश कर रहे, क्या डराने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे, जनता जवाब देंगे उन लोगों को चुनाव में.
In the neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh, the Chief Minister has made a statement now saying that Revanth Reddy has boosted his sister Y. Sharmila so that she will take away some votes and help Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, who used to be your former boss.
Can I tell you one thing? She is my counterpart state president. I have to support. Why not? Why? What is wrong in it? She is Andhra Pradesh Congress president. तो मैं मेरा साथ और मेरा पार्टी को मैं मदद करने में मैं क्यों पीछे हटता हूँ? जगन कुछ भी बयान दिए, उनके बहन के लिए उसको कोई जगह नहीं है होगा, वो उनके परिवार के मामला है. मैं उनके परिवार के मामला में मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता हूँ. मगर ये पार्टी का मामला है. पार्टी का मामला के मतलब परिवार का मामला है. ज़रूर शर्मिला को मैं मदद करूँगा. अगर हो सके तो मैं जाके कैंपेन भी करूँगा. इससे पहले मैं गया था वैजाग. आई हैव अनाउंस्ड शर्मिला एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश. आगे भी मेरे तरफ से शर्मिला को जितना मदद ज़रूरी है उतना मदद करता हूँ मैं पीछे हटने वाले नहीं है. जगन जी कुछ बोले और किसी ने कुछ कहा, कांग्रेस पार्टी, जगन का मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव लड़ना छोड़ देना.
You have known Mr. Rahul Gandhi very well, and you are, many people say that you are a favorite, and the body language and the chemistry shows that you seem to have with the first family. What is your opinion of Mr. Rahul Gandhi? He has been ridiculed, made fun of in many ways. What is your own impression of Mr. Gandhi?
He is a plain-hearted person. He wanted to serve the country. He is feeling that he is a responsible person. Why? Because his family has fought for freedom. His family has sacrificed their lives. Srimati Indira Gandhi ji, Sri Rahul Gandhi ji, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji has sacrificed Prime Minister and President of India post. That is why he is taking that responsibility.
You see him as a potential future Prime Minister of the country?
100%, 100%. This is the time to elect Rahul Gandhi ji as a Prime Minister. I am doing my job for that. I am working hard for that. I am there to work for Rahul Gandhi ji and Congress party.
Okay, one other thing, you spoke about some investments being taken away by Gujarat. Is that something that you making as a political statement, or you do think that the south states like Telangana, which are contributing 1 rupee, getting back 43 paise, that's well quoted, is that something that you see as a divide for the nation, that we contribute more, we get less, or you're talking about discrimination against certain states that are not BJP ruled?
Yeah, it is discrimination is there. Politically discrimination is there and financially discrimination is there. Permissions wise also discrimination is there. They are thinking that Narendra Modi ji or Amit Shah ji, for them Gujarat is the only one state is the India. For us every state is India. Union of States is India. ये लोग ये समझना है कि तेलंगाना में जितने भी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, कोई इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए आए तो पहले उन लोगों को बुला रहे, पहले आप जाके गुजरात में इन्वेस्टमेंट करो. ये कोई ठीक नहीं है. उनके लिए बुलेट ट्रेन लेकर गए, उनके लिए साबरमती रिवर फ्रंट लेकर गए, उनके लिए गिफ्ट सिटी बना लिए, बहुत सारे इन्वेस्टमेंट लेकर गए. वाई नॉट मेट्रो रेल इन हैदराबाद? वाई नॉट?
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
देना जो प्रधानमंत्री कुर्सी में बैठता है वो सबको साथ में लेकर चलना. इसीलिए मैं बड़े भाई कहा, यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स जितने सारे मुख्यमंत्री हैं, सब मुख्यमंत्रियों के लिए प्रधानमंत्री इज एन ए बिग ब्रदर. ही हैज़ टू प्ले दैट रोल. He has to perform. तो इसीलिए मैं चुनाव के बाद यही मुद्दों पे हम लोग एक एजेंडा लेकर दिल्ली जाएंगे.
Okay, finally, in your state, Hyderabad, there has been communal peace. Today, one Navneet Rana comes from, Maharashtra, Amravati, and she says, 15 minute की बात अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने की थी, आप 15 सेकंड दीजिए. How do you react to that?
अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी फ्रस्ट्रेशन ये देखे तो पता लग रहा है कि वो हार जा रहा है. हार मानने के लिए राजी नहीं है वो लोग. ऐसे कंट्रोवर्शियल स्टेटमेंट देकर कुछ पॉलिटिकल बेनिफिट लेने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे. ऐसे कंट्रोवर्शियल स्टेटमेंट को, पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट को कोई जगह नहीं है तेलंगाना में. कि नवनीत राणा जी कुछ भी कहने दो, तेलंगाना में कुछ होने वाला नहीं है.
Okay, and two constituencies specifically that people are very interested in, your own native Mehboob Nagar and Malkajgiri. It would almost seem like you're the candidate there. What is your prediction for that and overall for your own state? And how is the BRS going to do?
Being a PCC president and chief minister, the entire 17 parliaments, I have to take responsibility. I'm trying my best. I'm going to get 14 seats in Telangana.
Okay, best wishes.
Thank you.
So that's Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, as usual, never short of words when he has to take on his opposition, a full-time politician certainly. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, that was the Telangana Chief Minister speaking exclusively to NDTV. Revanth Reddy spoke to us regarding the Amit Shah fake video case. He's also questioned why the MHA is intervening in a political case. The mega election interview will be repeated in about 30 minutes from now, but let's get you the latest as far as the rest of the news from the country is concerned. Well,
The TMC has alleged that the BJP leaders were issuing death threats to women who have expressed their willingness to withdraw rape cases in Sesh Khali in North 24 Parganas district. Now, addressing a press conference in Kolkata, the TMC minister Shashi Panja actually said, "We all saw a viral video and how the BJP had planned and orchestrated the entire Sesh Khali fiasco. Now the women in the region are being threatened by BJP leaders for expressing their willingness to withdraw the false complaints." In fact, Panja was referring to a purported video featuring a BJP leader who claimed that women had filed sexual harassment complaints at the behest of BJP MLA and leader of opposition in the state, Suvendu Adhikari. Saurabh Gupta is joining us with the latest update at the moment. Saurabh, what details can you share with us currently? We know that a woman has withdrawn the rape complaint.
Well, the breaking news at this point is that the Trinamool Congress is all set to approach the Election Commission, and they will speak to the Election Commission complaining about the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, saying that after this, BJP leader, a local leader, Gangadhar Koyal, confessed on camera that the Sesh Khali rape accusations were concocted. Now, let me just give you a brief idea of what has happened. Initially, there were complaints. There were several affidavits. In fact, more than hundreds of affidavits suggesting that there were women who were sexually harassed. Now, after that, there was a sting operation which went viral, which showed a BJP leader saying that there were no rape cases in Sesh Khali, and that it was planned and set up. So that is one thing. The BJP, of course, denied the validity of that sting video. Gangadhar Koyal, the man in question, went to the CBI complaining that this was manipulated and that the video was manipulated and it was a conspiracy against him. Following that, now there have been other videos that have emerged in which women are heard saying that they want to withdraw the complaint and that there was no rape case, and they signed on blank paper, which was presumably used to file the rape complaint. So this is where it stands. Now, of course, Sesh Khali has been an electoral issue. The BJP was initially attacking the Trinamool Congress on the allegations because they were very serious allegations of rape and sexual harassment. Now the Trinamool is saying that, look, these allegations were all cooked up, that there were signatures taken on blank paper, and this was a conspiracy by the BJP to malign the TMC ahead of elections. And with this complaint, they are also going to the Election Commission against Suvendu Adhikari, leader of opposition and also one of the main BJP leaders in West Bengal. So that is where it stands. Between the BJP and the TMC, it remains a showdown. But the TMC, attempting to turn the tables as far as the Sesh Khali allegations are concerned. But having said that, there is already a CBI investigation ongoing. There have been several affidavits that have been submitted in court, and also there are other issues. Like, for example, the CBI already has received a complaint about a sting operation. So currently, though initially the BJP was attacking the TMC over the allegations, now the tables have turned and the TMC is attacking the BJP, saying these allegations are concocted and have been cooked up. And of course, the top leaders of the TMC also hitting out at the BJP.
As always, Saurabh, thank you so much for taking us through the details. Also joining us for a quick comment on the matter, spokesperson of the BJP, Priyanka Tibrewal, on the broadcast. And we have spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, Dr. Santanu Sen, as well. Mr. Tibrewal, the TMC is alleging that the BJP leaders are issuing death threats to women who've expressed their willingness to actually withdraw these rape cases in Sesh Khali. What is your rebuttal?
See, I rubbish the claims which are being made by the TMC now. And it is, now TMC should understand the fact that there's no point crying over the spilt milk. You see, because now whatever they are trying to do is all damage control. But it is too late for that. So that's the reason all these sting operation, the validity has been challenged by the BJP itself. The Neta of BJP, whom they are showing in the sting operation, has already reported and filed a complaint with the CBI challenging the same. So whatever they are doing now is not. There's another fact which is clear. Why is Trinamool responding now? Why were they quiet for long 2-3 months? We didn't hear the Chief Minister speak a word over the same issue. And now when the elections are just on head and going on, they're talking all this now. Why aren't they talking about any development, if at all, they have done in West Bengal? Because they have nothing to speak about. The kinds of corruption, the kinds of their ministers being in jail and everything. So they have nothing else to speak. And now this was, the last needle in the coffin with the Sesh Khali issue. So now they are trying to do, what? Now they are saying that the women, initially they are saying that the women were lying. Now they are saying that the women were made to lie. So whatever they are coming out with, now who would trust them? It is probably that, they have spent money earlier also. Now also they are spending money, and not just money. They are trying to give certain threats to the victim.
Right, let's bring in Dr. Sen from the TMC, who's also with us.
They will not be able to now do the damage control, because damage, whatever had to happen, has already happened. And we all know that there is no smoke without fire. So everybody has witnessed the smoke and fire of Sesh Khali.
Dr. Sen, the BJP alleges actually that the Trinamool Congress is using damage control tactics as we speak. The BJP also claims that the TMC has sensed that the atrocities in Sesh Khali would cost them this election, so they're actually levelling baseless allegations.
See, I can understand the political compulsion of Madam Priyanka Tibrewal, because she is representing Bharatiya Janata Party. But at the same time, I will appreciate she doesn't forget her existence as a woman. How she can defend the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership, who are playing with the prestige, who are playing with the izzat of the women at large of the Sesh Khali.
TMC has already played with it. It was we,
Madam Anchor, if you don't allow me to speak, then don't
play with women. Don't play with women. But your netas have already done the same by raping them, and your Chief Minister by refuting all the claims. She had said that the women were lying. We fought for them. We fought for justice for them, and we brought everything before the court. And now, since the CBI is investigating, you are, fearing the fact that, things will come out.
Right, Dr. Sen, are we audible to you? Right, we seem to have lost Dr. Sen's line. Thank you so much, Ms. Tibrewal, for joining us with that quick comment. I wish we had the TMC spokesperson here to offer a rebuttal. That's a story we'll keep tracking. Sesh Khali is where we have our eyes on. For now, let's turn our attention to the other story from West Bengal. The West Bengal governor will release CCTV footage and show it to people, while withholding it from the police, even as the police have formed a special team to investigate the sexual harassment allegations against the governor. In fact, in a statement, the governor has announced a program in the backdrop of what he calls fabricated allegations by the police. Earlier, though, the governor had banned the entry of the police to the Raj Bhavan premises for investigating the sexual harassment complaint against Dr. C.V. Ananda Bose, filed by a lady staffer of the Raj Bhavan in Kolkata. The governor has invited 100 people to see the footage at the Raj Bhavan today. Right, we have a reaction from the Trinamool Congress's Shashi Panja. Listen in.
So the allegations of the woman who against the governor of West Bengal, those allegations of that woman, she has, deposed 164, etc., whatever has to be done, which according to the law of the land. Now, unfortunately, when she is saying that there has been harassment on her by the governor first denied, he escaped.
Right, as always, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24/7, right after this very short break.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote
and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics.
Welcome back. Air India Express has given an ultimatum to the cabin crew members reporting sick to join back duty by 4 p.m. today or they risk termination. The carrier has also fired 30 cabin crew members, as we have been reporting, who actually reported sick. That led to the cancellation of dozens of flights since yesterday. Ishika's with us. She's been tracking the latest developments for us. In fact, Air India has also issued another statement, a fresh one, saying that they are making efforts to minimize the inconvenience as far as passengers are concerned. Ishika, AI Express says they will operate 292 flights today, but that really depends on whether the staff adheres to that 4 p.m. ultimatum issued by the management, right?
Well, yes, certainly, that will be something that will have to, that will have to wait and watch for, because certainly an ultimatum has been issued to all of these employees who had taken a mass sick leave, all of them to join their duties by 4 p.m. today as per the roster that has been prepared. But certainly Air India Express in its recent statement has said that 292 flights will be operating today, and Air India in fact will be operating in 20 of Air India Express's routes. So certainly Air India Express going on to say that the efforts are being made so that these cancellations, numbers of cancellations of flights can be reduced, so that the inconvenience is reduced. Now what is important here to note as well, that in this statement they also say that we will continue to engage with our cabin crew colleagues with a commitment to address any concern. We are also taking appropriate steps against certain individuals as their action have caused grave inconvenience to thousands of our guests. So certainly this hinting at how, we did see how the Air India Express had sacked 30 of its employees today, saying, that them not coming for their duties has in fact impacted the operation, and this goes against their employee code. Not just that, shortly after that, the ultimatum has been issued to them. Now it will be certainly interesting and very important to see whether or not these cabin crew members join their duties by 4 p.m. Now remember, a town hall meeting is also scheduled to take place today evening itself, and it is expected that these employees will be raising their concerns, the same grievances that they had raised to the chairman of the Air India Limited before, where they had said that there is lack of equality. They are being offered a lower job position despite clearing the interviews, and also, about the changes in their salary structure. So what now will be important, more important to see as to what will be the management's take on this, because certainly we are seeing that the pressure on the management continues to increase, with the regional labour commissioner also coming in support of these employees and saying that the mismanagement and the blatant violations of the labour laws were very evident, and a higher level committee should be formed to address the employees' grievances. Also remember, the Ministry of Civil Aviation also has sought for a report from the Air India Express and asked them to resolve this issue as soon as possible. So certainly we'll have to wait and watch as to what conclusion comes from the town hall meeting today. Over to you.
Ishika, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. As Ishika has been reporting, a total of 74 flights have been cancelled today as the disruptions snowball into a full-blown crisis. In fact, my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh was out and about at the Jaipur airport trying to figure out with passengers how this affects them. This is what they had to tell Harsha.
Here at the Jaipur airport, for example, this morning a 769 has been cancelled, which is going to Delhi from Jaipur. Also the flight to Dubai has been cancelled. Now I have a passenger with me who's come from Mumbai. Aapka naam bataiye?
My name is MD Azam.
Mr. Azam, what are the problems you're facing? Have you suddenly come to know? Show us your boarding pass. Where were you going?
Too much problem, ma'am. Too much problem. It's too much because in India, person want to know travel in domestic. It's an emergency, important for to fly. Then he take the flight. Then he take the airlines. Otherwise, he go to by train, like bus.
You come from Mumbai and you were going to Delhi.
Yeah. But here. Too much waiting.
Your flight has got cancelled?
I got 1 a.m. early morning email. A flight has been cancelled due to operational reason.
Okay. If you can quickly show us your boarding pass. Okay, so that's your boarding pass, and it's IX769, which has been cancelled. What are they saying they will do now?
He told me like I will provide another flight, another seat, like that.
But it's inconveniencing passengers. Okay. So yes, you can see that passengers are being inconvenienced. Now they have promised him another flight, but at the Air India counter there's a very clear sign. So the Delhi, Jaipur, Delhi, Goa flight has been cancelled. But if you can see at the sign there, it's very clear that the Dubai flight is going to be cancelled from 9th May onwards. So there is no clarity on when it will resume. Of course, the Dubai passengers have all have gone back home. The ones who were from here, they could not take off in the morning, and you can see here. In that departures, which is written there, the Dubai flight is written quite clearly, cancelled, and departures, you can see the board there where the Delhi, Jaipur Delhi was cancelled without too much prior notice. So I think that's what is really causing inconvenience. Two-tier cities like Jaipur depend a lot, in fact, on the Air India Express, and the passengers here are being inconvenienced till this problem will be resolved. Air India personnel not really speaking too much to us here on camera. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
Right, news and updates continue as always on NDTV. Taking a quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
IPL का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ NDTV पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saccharine tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the...
Welcome back. Well, Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi are going to be in Telangana today to campaign for the Lok Sabha elections. Union Home Minister Amit Shah had alleged that the Congress government in Telangana is collecting Rahul Revanth tax to fund the party's election campaign in the country. Currently, Amit Shah is addressing a rally in Bhongir in Telangana. Listen in to what Amit Shah has to say.
Rahul Gandhi versus Narendra Modi ka chunav hai.
మిత్రులారా 2024లో జరిగే ఎన్నిక రాహుల్ గాంధీకి నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారికి మధ్య జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఎన్నిక.
ये चुनाव वोट फॉर जिहाद इसके अगेंस्ट वोट फॉर विकास का चुनाव है.
ఈ ఎన్నిక ఓట్ ఫర్ జిహాద్ దానికి పోటీగా ఓట్ ఫర్ అభివృద్ధి, అభివృద్ధి కోసం ఓటు, దీనికి మధ్య జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఎన్నిక.
ये चुनाव परिवार के कल्याण, अपने परिवार के कल्याण के विरोध देश की जनता के कल्याण का चुनाव है.
ఈ ఎన్నిక ఈ యావత్ తన కుటుంబం యొక్క అభివృద్ధి, మొత్తం దేశం యొక్క అభివృద్ధి, ఈ రెండిటి మధ్య జరుగుతున్నటువంటి పోరాటం.
भाई और बहनों, ये चुनाव राहुल गांधी की चाइनीज गारंटी के खिलाफ मोदी जी की भारतीय गारंटी का चुनाव है.
ఈ ఎన్నిక రాహుల్ గాంధీ యొక్క పిల్ల చేష్టల గ్యారంటీకి, ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారు ఇస్తున్నటువంటి గ్యారంటీకి మధ్య పోటీ.
भाई और बहनों, मेरे मंच पर आते ही आपने मोदी 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 के नारे लगाए. मैं देश भर में घूमकर आज बोंगीर आया हूं. देश भर में मोदी मोदी के नारे लग रहे हैं. 3 चरण के चुनाव में हम 200 के करीब पहुंच गए हैं. अब 400 पार करने के लिए तेलंगाना ने वोट डालना है.
మిత్రులారా, నేను ఇక్కడ అందరూ నేను వేదిక మీదకి వస్తున్నప్పుడు మోదీ 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 అన్నారు. నేను దేశమంతా పర్యటించి వస్తున్నాను, అన్ని చోట్ల కూడాను మోదీ 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 అన్నటువంటి నినాదం వినిపిస్తోంది. ఇప్పటి వరకు 3 దశలు పూర్తయ్యాయి. 200 సీట్లకు మనం చేరువైపోయాము. ఇక 400 సీట్లను గెలవాల్సి ఉంది. తెలంగాణ కూడా ఈ 400 సీట్లను సాధించడంలో తోడ్పడవలసి ఉంది.
भाई और बहनों, 2019 में तेलंगाना की महान जनता ने हमें 4 सीट दी है. मगर मैं आज, सुन लो रेवंत रेड्डी, आज कहकर जाता हूं, इस बार तेलंगाना में हम 10 से ज्यादा सीटें जीतने वाले हैं.
2019 ఎన్నికల్లో తెలంగాణ యొక్క ప్రజలు మాకు 4 సీట్లను ఇచ్చారు. రేవంత్ రెడ్డి విను, ఈసారి 10 కన్నా ఎక్కువ సీట్లు మేము గెలవబోతున్నాము.
भाई और बहनों, तेलंगाना का ये डबल डिजिट स्कोर मोदी जी को 400 पार कराने वाला है.
మిత్రులారా, తెలంగాణలో ఈ 2 అంకెల సంఖ్యలో ఎంపీలు గెలవడం అనేది మోదీ గారికి 400 సీట్లు ఇవ్వడానికి మార్గాన్ని సుగమం చేస్తుంది.
भाई और बहनों, एक कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्थिति इतनी खराब हो गई है कि उनको उम्मीदवार नहीं मिल रहे हैं.
మిత్రులారా, కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ పరిస్థితి ఎంత దయనీయంగా శోచనీయంగా తయారైందంటే వాళ్లకు పోటీ చేసేందుకు అభ్యర్థులు కూడా దొరకటం లేదు.
और बोंगीर में ऐसा उम्मीदवार दिया जिसने राहुल गांधी का फर्जी सिग्नेचर किया था.
భువనగిరిలో ఇక్కడ పోటీ చేసేందుకు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ రాహుల్ గాంధీకి మిత్రుడైనటువంటి, ఆయన చెంచా అయినటువంటి ఒక వ్యక్తికి టికెట్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది.
इसलिए उनको सस्पेंड भी किया. मगर जब बोंगीर में हमारे सामने लड़ने के लिए उम्मीदवार नहीं मिला, उनको पैर पकड़कर उम्मीदवार बनाया गया.
ఆయనను ఈ పనులు చేసినందుకు సస్పెండ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. కానీ ఎన్నికల్లో మనకు వ్యతిరేకంగా పోటీ చేసేందుకు అభ్యర్థులు దొరకనందుకు ఆయన కాళ్ళు పట్టుకుని మళ్ళీ అభ్యర్థిగా నిలబెట్టాల్సి వచ్చింది కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీకి.
भाई और बहनों, एक कांग्रेस पार्टी झूठ बोलकर चुनाव लड़ना चाहती है.
మిత్రులారా, కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అబద్ధాలు చెప్పి ఎన్నికల్లో గెలవాలని అనుకుంటోంది.
भाई और बहनों, वो कह रहे हैं मोदी जी आएंगे तो आरक्षण समाप्त कर देंगे.
వాళ్ళు చెప్తున్నారు మోదీ గారు మళ్ళీ అధికారంలోకి వస్తే రిజర్వేషన్లను సమాప్తం చేస్తారని అబద్ధం చెప్తున్నారు.
भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी 10 साल से पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ शासन कर रहे हैं. मोदी जी ने आरक्षण समाप्त नहीं किया.
మిత్రులారా మోదీ గత 10 సంవత్సరాలతో పూర్తి మెజారిటీతో పరిపాలన చేస్తున్నారు కానీ రిజర్వేషన్లను ఆయన తొలగించలేదు సమాప్తం చేయలేదు
परंतु तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 4% मुस्लिम आरक्षण देकर एसटी, एससी और ओबीसी के आरक्षण पर डाका डालने का काम किया है
కానీ తెలంగాణలో కాంగ్రెస్ ప్రభుత్వము ముస్లింలకు 4% రిజర్వేషన్లను ఇవ్వడం ద్వారా షెడ్యూల్డ్ కులాలు షెడ్యూల్డ్ తెగలకు చెందినటువంటి ఓబీసీలకు చెందినటువంటి రిజర్వేషన్లకు కన్నం వేసేందుకు ప్రయత్నించింది
भाइयों बहनों मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 10 से ज्यादा सीट जिताइए भोंगीर में हमारे बूढ़ा नरसैया जी को जिताइए हम ये मुस्लिम आरक्षण को समाप्त कर एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी का आरक्षण बढ़ाएंगे
మిత్రులారా నేను ఈనాడు మీకు చెప్పి వెళ్ళబోతున్నాను బీజేపీకి రాష్ట్రంలో 10 సీట్లు ఇచ్చి భువనగిరిలో శ్రీ బూరా నర్సయ్య గౌడ్ గారిని గనక గెలిపించినట్లయితే ముస్లిం రిజర్వేషన్లని తొలగిస్తాము ఆ రిజర్వేషన్లను ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ ఓబీసీలకు ఇస్తాం
भाइयों और बहनों हमारे घोषणा पत्र में हमने मोदी गारंटीज दी है
మా ఎన్నికల వాగ్దాన పత్రంలో మేము మోదీ గారి గ్యారెంటీలను మీ ముందుంచాము
भाइयों बहनों मोदी जी जो बोलते हैं वो करते हैं
మిత్రులారా మోదీ గారు ఏదైతే చెప్తారో దాన్ని తప్పనిసరిగా చేస్తారు
और ये राहुल बाबा की जो गारंटी है वो सनसेट तक भी नहीं चलती
Well, breaking news coming in. There's a new twist in the Haryana political crisis. In the middle of the Lok Sabha election, dramatic developments have reduced the BJP-led state government to a minority in the Haryana Assembly. Now, an ex-BJP ally demands a floor test. JJP's Dushyant Chautala has written to the governor. In fact, Dushyant Chautala has said BJP does not have the numbers. This, you know, as the 3 independents withdrew support from the Saini government, and Chautala, as you know, exited the BJP alliance before Lok Sabha polls. Now, the ex-BJP ally has demanded a floor test. Dushyant Chautala has written to the governor saying that the BJP does not have the numbers. Gurpreet Singh Chinna will be joining us in a short while from now with the latest update as far as this new political twist is concerned. But in terms of the numbers and how they stack up, the Congress has 30 legislators and 3 independents now supported. If the JJP backs it, the Congress will have the support of 43 MLAs. This leaves 2 MLAs, one from Haryana Lokhit Party and the other from INLD. But earlier as well, Dushyant Chautala had said the government, as in the BJP government, has lost the trust of the people. And Mr. Chautala had added that they will support a move to bring down the government. In fact, crucially, he also said the Congress has to decide if it will make a move or not. Now, the ex-BJP ally has indeed written to the governor saying that the BJP does not have the numbers. This after 3 independents withdrew their support from the Saini government. Reverting to how the numbers stack up, you know, the 90-seat Haryana Assembly currently has 88 members. This actually means the majority mark is 45. The BJP has 40 MLAs of its own and was supported by 3 out of the 6 independent MLAs. This makes it 43, too short of the magic number. If we talk about the Congress, well, the Congress says it has 30 legislators and 3 independents now supported. So if the JJP backs it, the Congress will have the support of 43 MLAs. This leaves 2 MLAs, one from the Haryana Lokhit Party and the other from INLD. But the JJP factor adding a twist to the Haryana political upheaval. The BJP's former ally had offered support to the Congress, but joining us for the latest update, my colleague Gurpreet at the moment. Gurpreet, what details can you share with us as far as this new twist in the Haryana political crisis is concerned? We know Dushyant Chautala has now written to the governor.
Well, yes, this is the latest development which we are reporting at this point of time. We have seen yesterday the former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala, he has already extended his support to the Congress leader Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and he says Bhupinder Singh Hooda should make a claim to form a government. And Bhupinder Singh Hooda has already told the JJP Neta to write a letter to Governor of Haryana so that there should be floor test, and after that they will be able to understand how many members and how many MLAs do they have for proving their majority on the floor of the house. Today we have seen this letter which we are breaking at this point of time, showing Dushyant Chautala, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana. He has already written a letter to Governor saying the BJP government doesn't have majority at this point of time. And if we can talk about the political calculations, we all know after withdrawing support by these three independent MLAs, it has learned BJP has 43 number, and which required magic number at least 2 more MLAs. But now if we can go through the letter of this former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala, he has already explained about each and every MLA, and somewhere down the lane he has already written that the government doesn't have majority at this point of time, and the Haryana Governor, he can immediately call for the floor test. So let's see that how the Haryana Governor is going to take a call on this issue, whether he is going to call the floor test or not. And yesterday when we talked to the Haryana Speaker, Vidhan Sabha Speaker, he says the floor test cannot be conducted because recently after taking over as a Chief Minister by Nayaab Singh Saini, this floor test had already been conducted. It requires at least 6 months. So let's see that what is going to be happen, whether the Governor is going to
apologize. I'm
call
cutting
for
you
this
through.
floor.
We actually have a reaction from Dushyant Chautala lined up for our viewers. Listen in.
एक नया मोड़ आया है और 2 महीने पहले जो सरकार बनी थी आज वो अल्पमत में चली गई है, क्योंकि उनको सपोर्ट करने वाले 2 MLAs, एक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, एक निर्दलीय ने इस्तीफा दे दी, और 3 MLAs इंडिपेंडेंट जो सपोर्ट कर रहे थे उनने अपना सपोर्ट विड्रॉ कर लिया गवर्नमेंट से, गवर्नर को लिख दिया। जननायक जनता पार्टी ने खुल के कहा है कि अगर इस सरकार के खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव आता है तो हम बाहर से उसका पूरा समर्थन करेंगे, और इसके लिए महामहिम राज्यपाल को लिखित तौर पर भी हमने भेजा है और ये मांग करी है कि संविधान के अनुसार ये पावर महामहिम के पास है कि वो फ्लोर टेस्ट के लिए आदेश सरकार को दे और सेशन बुलाकर फ्लोर टेस्ट कराए। अब कांग्रेस ने ये कदम उठाना है कि क्या कांग्रेस के 30 और उनके सपोर्ट में जो विधायक हैं प्लस विपक्ष के और जो लोग आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को बदलना चाहते हैं, वो ये कदम उठाए कि परिवर्तन के लिए, बदलाव के लिए, और जो सरकार विश्वास खो चुकी है उसको बदलने के लिए महामहिम को लिखित में भेजने का काम करें। से कल ही लिखित में महामहिम को चिट्ठी भेजी गई है जिसके अंदर ये मांग करी गई है कि संविधान के अनुसार फ्लोर टेस्ट कराया जाए। वो तो महामहिम राज्यपाल ने फ्लोर टेस्ट कराना है, और फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस 44 का आंकड़ा पार करना, क्योंकि 88 विधायक है, 45 की सहमति लेना, ये इनकी सरकार का लक्ष्य रहेगा। देखते आने वाले समय में कितने विधायक इसके अंदर इनके साथ 44 में से मिले। मैं कहता हूँ कि हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग जो हम सोचते थे बंद हो गई, नए तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रदेश में चलाई है, मगर जब तक संगठन के आदेश होंगे, विप के आदेश होंगे, सभी विधायकों को उसको फॉलो करना पड़ेगा, और उसी के अनुसार जो प्रक्रिया है फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस की वो चलेगी। सरकार बनी है, पिछले अविश्वास जो आया था वो मनोहर लाल जी की अध्यक्षता में जो सरकार थी उसके ऊपर आया था। आज नायब सैनी जी प्रदेश के नए मुख्यमंत्री बने, एक नई सरकार बनी है, और उस सरकार में बैठे 3 लोगों ने अपना सपोर्ट विड्रॉ किया है। तो ये तो अब महामहिम को देखना है कि नई सरकार के विरोध में संविधान के अनुसार ये ताकत मामहीन के पास है कि वो फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस टेस्ट करा सकते हैं कि मेजॉरिटी सरकार के पास है या नहीं है, और अगर सरकार के पास मेजॉरिटी नहीं है तो तुरंत प्रेसिडेंट्स रूल प्रदेश में लगाना चाहिए।
Right, Dushyant Chautala had said the government has lost the trust of the people. In fact, he has said he will support a move to bring down the government. The Congress has to decide if it will make a move or not. Gurpreet is tracking the latest for us. Gurpreet, so far the Chief Minister has not elaborated on how the BJP plans to counter the threat to its government, right?
Well, we also try to get the calculation and the mathematics from the Chief Minister when we ask this question that how many numbers do you have at this point of time. He says we have all the numbers, and even we have seen the former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, he has already given a statement saying that some of the MLAs, they are already in touch with the BJP netas. So as of now, if we can go by the mathematics and calculation, political calculation, it seems that BJP doesn't have majority. They need 2 more MLAs even to get majority. But at the same time, the letter which has been issued written by the Deputy Chief Minister, the former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala, it shows that calculation, if all the opposition leaders, they are going to be united, they will be able to prove majority. And the Congress has 30 MLAs in the pocket, and that's why they had given first offer to Congress to go and ask and claim for forming a government in Haryana. So let's see that how the political equation is going to be changed. The BJP, even the Chief Minister and the BJP netas, they are very confident. They say we have all the numbers. So if there is any cross voting or not cross voting, that depends whether the Governor Haryana is going to ask for the floor test or not. That is the first step that needs to be taken if they are going to prove their majority on the floor of House. Let's wait for that moment. But as of now, we have seen the political development have been happening in the state of Haryana, and today one step had taken by